House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. All members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the gentleman from the 35th, Nugget Pack.
Please bow your heads and pray with me. Dear Lord, we come to you today with heavy hearts. We have with us today the Gold Star families who have lost loved ones in the service of our country. We honor them today, Lord, but we just don't have the words to fully describe our respect and our emotions when we meet them. Yes, we thank them for their sacrifice, but we don't know what to say for their broken hearts. Lord, please give us the words to say, and Lord, please provide strength to these families today and the days to come. Lord, we also have colleagues and guests who have lost children. Delegate Horst just last week, Delegate Walker last year, and others who grieve in silence with us. And as you know, even me, my middle son Matthew died in a climbing accident 12 years today, a month from his 25th birthday, and 3 months from his college graduation. Lord, I know he's with you today, but even so, on days like today, the world stops for me and many others. Lord, we don't get over these losses, we just try to get through them. But we can only do that with your love and your promises. Strengthen us today and every day. Help us to hold on to the great memories and the promise of heaven. Lord, we're also reminded again and again how short and how fragile life is. During our short time in this life, help us to live as you would have us. This life wants to split us apart, and see dislike and hate. But you want us to love one another, not judge one another. You want us to spread the gospel, the good news, as you did with grace and truth. Lord, in order to accomplish these tasks, you put before us, we need you. Oh, how we need you, and more every day. Lord, thank you for loving unlovable sinners like myself. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for the good news of the gospel. Thank you for the promise of heaven. And thank you for the blessing of this day. And everyone said, Amen.
Amen. All members and guests will please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance as we are led by the gentleman in the 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will all my colleagues and friends in the gallery please join me as we salute our great flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Thursday, February 10th, 2022.
Gentleman 10th, Delegate Chris.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules met this morning, and HB 4264 on first reading special calendar was moved to the House calendar, and committee substitute for House Bill 4483 on first reading special calendar was moved to the House calendar.
Introductions. Gentleman 26, Lady from 49th, Delegate Summers, pardon me.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today our Doctor of the Day is Julie DeTemple. DeTemple from Family Health Associates, if we could make her feel welcome. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, today's a special day for West Virginia. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, the National Association of Secretaries of State will bestow their highest and most prestigious honor to the late U.S. Senator Jennings Randolph. The Margaret Chase Smith Award for American Democracy recognizes individuals for their efforts to preserve and defend our democracy above and beyond the call of duty. Senator Randolph will be posthumously recognized today for his 29-year effort to pass the 26th Amendment to the Constitution, reducing the voting age to 18. Here with us today is the President of the National Association, Louisiana Secretary of State Kyle Ardoin, and his assistant Joel Watson, and the Executive Director of the National Association of Secretary of States, Leslie Reynolds of Washington, D.C. If they could stand and the House please make them welcome.
Gentleman 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a special day for me. There are more people in the House today from McDowell County than there are people from Kanawha County. So I'm very proud, if you'll bear with me, and I want to introduce these fine young people that have come to be pages today. First I have, and if you want to call your name, if you'll stand. First I have David Little. And his mother, Jill, is a very special young lady to me, somewhere in the audience. If you'll stand up there, yeah, way up on the top in the back gallery. Tanner Little, his brother. We also have Casey Ward, and Casey is from Southside K8, and she is with Crystal Van Dyke. And Crystal is somewhere, if you'll stand up, Crystal, up here, okay. We have Coleman Cook, and Coleman is from Southside K8. We have Jaden Campbell, and Jaden is chaperoned by Christy Campbell. Christy, are you somewhere close by? On the far side, over here, yes. We also have Michaela Underwood, and she is chaperoned by Stephanie Barnett. And Stephanie, if you'll stand. Ladies and gentlemen, would you make these fine sons and daughters of McDowell County welcome to this great facility?
Gentleman the 19th, Douglas Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my honor today to welcome two groups of visitors to the Capitol. And the first, on behalf of Delegate Booth, I would also like to welcome the Gold Star mothers. I don't have each of their names, but they're seated up here in the South Gallery, and I'd like for them to each stand. And I would like for also any of their visitors and fellow family members and those that help with the Gold Star program to stand with them. And they include a lady very dear to my heart, Belinda Jividen, whose son Benjamin put her in this position of serving our area and recognition of Gold Star families. One of the things that we often think about is the loss of the loved one, but it is a family loss. The family pays the full measure of devotion, and I would like the House to honor these ladies and thank them for their service to our country and to our memories. Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor as a pharmacist to join with Delegate Ken Reed to welcome the pharmacy students here today on Pharmacy Day. Pharmacy is a profession that is the most accessible to the public, and it's a service that my family has been involved with in our pharmacy since 1892. And I'm very proud to have those young people here. And one of the things that I can say about the selection of pharmacy students today, because I've had many of these students come and intern at our pharmacy, is they are terrific people. Each of our schools of pharmacy are vetting these students to find out not just do you have the academic ability to attain this degree, they're finding great people to serve the citizens of West Virginia. And so on behalf of all three pharmacy schools of Marshall, Charleston, and WVU, I'd like the House to welcome pharmacy and Pharmacy Day. Thank you.
The gentleman to 32nd, Douglas Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the North Gallery on behalf of Delegates Kessinger, Fast, and myself, we have the mayor of the great city of Montgomery with us. If he would stand, Mayor Greg Ingram, and would the House please make him feel welcome.
Gentleman to 39th, Douglas Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like for the chamber to join with me as we recognize the loss of a great West Virginia citizen. Chief Thomas K. Johnson, 85, of Sissonville, was the proud and honorable man who served his country in the United States Air Force and returned home to West Virginia after serving his nation and his beloved community of Sissonville. In 1961, he was a founding member of the then Sissonville Community Fire Department, often paying for needed equipment and supplies out of his own pocket. He quickly rose through the ranks to become the chief of the department, serving in the capacity for over 40 years, retiring in 2012. During his tenure, the department grew into one of the best departments in the state, serving over 1/8 of the Kanawha County and answering over 600 calls per year. He led by example. He trained and mentored so many. He was like a father to more than just his own 3 children. Tom was a man who truly gave himself for others, sacrificing time with his own family so many times to answer calls to help those that came across his fire pager. He could work many a man into the ground, but would also be there to pick them up and dust them off with a firm grip and that sly wink in his eye. We humbly ask the moment of silence for a true West Virginian, a man who served his state and his nation with honor and distinction, Thomas K. Johnson of Sissonville, West Virginia.
At this time, the chair will ask all members and guests to please join us today and stand as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Members and guests may be seated. The gentleman to the 12th, Delegate Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Delegate Keaton, Delegate Pinson, and Delegate Krause, we have two sets of students here with the Secretary of State's office, the Ravenswood High School, Ripley High School. They're in the South Gallery. So I call your name, will you please stand? First with Ravenswood High School, Lydia Alfred, Sheelan Butcher, Andrew Francis, Madison Freeman, Maddie Layton, Philip Lyons, Kate Bales, Nicholas Knott, Julie McCoy, Ashley Wright, and their teacher Mark Wayne. Ripley High School, we have Brody Campbell, Grace Donaldson, Elijah Miller, Anderson Phillips, Lakin Plott, Ian Rauch, Delaney Thomas, and their two teachers, Joe Phillips and Tabby Craddock. Will the please House please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman to 13th, Delegate Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to build on the introduction that's already been given this morning for our Gold Star mothers. It's my distinct honor to introduce each of them by name, and as I call their name, I'd ask that they would stand, please. First, I'd like to introduce Emma Johnson from Charleston, Belinda Jividan from Canova, Barbara Albert from Culloden, Amy Rhodes from Hurricane, Teresa Brown from Mabscott, Rose Schilling from Moundsville, Terry Cunningham from Davis, West Virginia. Also, I'd like to recognize the Gold Star fathers that are with us this morning, Stan White and also Don Schilling. And they're joined and escorted today by their advocate and strong supporter and my constituent, Jack Hart. If the House would please make them feel welcome again.
The gentleman to 27th, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to introduce in the South Gallery a old soldier that used to be one of my privates when I was a company commander, who is today Sergeant First Class Josh Fields, and accompanying him is his wife, Sydney Fields, Mrs. West Virginia. Please give him a warm welcome.
Lady to 13th, Delegate Krause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the South Gallery today, I'd like to introduce an amazing young man from my district and the son of one of my very good friends, Katie and Rob Fuller. I'd like to introduce Cadet Major Andrew Fuller. He is the cadet commander of the Charleston Composite Squadron. Andrew is 19 and has been part of the Civil Air Patrol program for the last 3.5 years. If the House would please make the Cadet Major welcome, I would appreciate it.
The gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Booth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we have some wonderful people that traveled from Florida to be with us today. My family, my cousin, John and Sarah Shinnick, and their little girl, Catherine. If you would please stand, we give them a big West Virginia welcome.
The gentleman to 23rd, Delegate Holstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the West Gallery, I have a constituent from Boone County, Cindy McAllister. And joining her, she has some students from the AP Government class at Mann High School in Delegate Bridges and Mazaki's district. Macy Klein, Israel Canterbury, Eric Cochran, Bailey Muncie, Haley Spalding, and Abby Crosby. If we would, the House would make them feel welcome. Also joining us in the North Gallery is Shelby Hill. This week is a congenital heart defect week, and Shelby is a survivor. So if the house would make her feel welcome, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Gentleman to 44th, Doug Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, West Virginia and the nation celebrates the 50th anniversary of the first 18-year-old that was able to register to vote. The 26th Amendment to the United States Constitution not only guaranteed 18, 19, and 20-year-olds the right to vote, but it also allowed them to be elected to public offices. I'm one of those that was able to benefit from the 26th Amendment, being elected at 18. But younger than me was she was first elected, and the youngest individual to ever be elected to a state legislature across the country is with us today, and she now serves as the Deputy Treasurer to the state of West Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former delegate Sarah Blair.
Lady in the 41st, Doug Tully.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Friends, I'm pleased to announce that I have a page here today hailing from Lewisburg Elementary. Her name is Carolyn Pirelli Hancock. Caroline is accompanied by her mother, Suzanne Pirelli, who is in the gallery. So Caroline, if you'd like to stand up and if the house would like to make my friends feel welcome, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentleman to 42nd, Doug Honaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce two pages that are here today from Eastern Greenbrier Middle School. One of them is smiling at me. I'll save him for second, but that's a brother and sister, outstanding students, great citizens. Peyton Barker, would you stand? Now, Jacob goes by Moose. He's one of my wrestlers. I have the privilege of coaching him. He wrestles the 78-pound weight class. He wrestles like he's 180 pounds. If you had a dictionary, the word quit wouldn't be in it. Jacob, would you stand? Would you welcome them to the West Virginia House of Delegates?
Gentleman to 7th, Doug Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paging for us today from St. Mary's High School, I'm very pleased to introduce Madison Scott. And she is accompanied today by her parents, Gary and Kristen Scott, up in the gallery. And I would ask that the House please stand and please give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome.
The gentleman to 36, Doug Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from the 36, we now today have some 90 students who are seniors in history at Capitol High School. They came with bills and they came interested in our process, and half of the group has been over to the Senate and the other half is coming here. I don't know if they're in the gallery or not. They are escorted by their teachers, Paula Kerner, Kim Mitchell, and Shane Healy, and I'd ask the members to give them a good welcome to the state capitol. Thank you.
Lady in the 51st, Doug Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Members of Delta Sigma Theta join us today for Delta Day, and folks from all over the state of West Virginia are joining us for Black Policy Day. Would those individuals in all the galleries please take a stand? Black Policy Day is sponsored by Delta Sigma Theta Sororities Incorporated, Call to Action for Racial Equality, West Virginia Black Voters Impact Initiative, and Black by God, the West Virginian. I have some special guests that I want to introduce to you. Reverend Ron English, please take a stand so the House can give you a warm welcome. Reverend English was the one Reverend Ron English was the one that delivered the prayer at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's Jr. funeral. It was a prayer that I recited on MLK Day. I also want to give a warm welcome to Miss Kitty Dooley. Would you please take a stand and the House give her a warm welcome. Dr. Shamika Smith, can you please take a stand? Miss Akia Carter, can you please take a stand? Miss Katanya Hart, I'm not sure if she's here, but if you are, can you please take a stand? And lastly, but sure not least, Miss Crystal Good, take your bow for organizing this. Thank you.
Gentleman to the 40th, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today with us in the North Gallery is one of my constituents and friends, Bailey Beaver. She's here today with her fellow pharmacy classmates from the University of Charleston. Please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman to the 51st, Douglas Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery joining us today is the Secretary of State, Mac Warner, and my very dear friend, Debbie Warner, is there. Please stand and let the House make you welcome.
Gentleman to the 48th, Douglas Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today in the gallery behind me is Dr. Karen Ferguson, the Vice President of Salem University. Salem hosts the Jennings-Randolph Center for Public Service. Many years ago, the university had the Jennings-Randolph birthplace home moved to the campus. Today, the Jennings-Randolph home houses many of the papers, awards, and personal items of the late senator and his family. It's a wonderful community asset that we here and the delegates here in Harrison County have. I would like to ask Dr. Ferguson to please stand for the House to make her welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have a friend of many years, a fellow creative and journalist and artist joining us in the gallery. Dylan Sheldon, if you can stand and make the House please make you feel welcome.
Gentleman to the 3rd, Douglas Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Storch and myself, I'd like to welcome our City Councilwoman, Rosemary Ketchum, up in the gallery. I just spotted her up there. I wanted to say hello, and the House will make her feel welcome.
Gentleman to the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two groups here today, and it's certainly nice to have full galleries once again. So I have some students from Woodrow Wilson High School. These are AP government students, and they're accompanied by their teacher, John Questenberry. And we also have folks here today from the West Virginia Physical Therapy Association, so they're professional physical therapists here, and a large contingent of students, and a very large contingent from Marshall University. About half these students are from West Virginia, about half these students are from somewhere else, taking advantage of the excellent education they have here. And I made the case earlier for them to try to stay in West Virginia, so if everyone could make them feel welcome and encourage them to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 43rd, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Nestor and I, we are joined today with some friends from Pocahontas County High School. If you guys would stand as I call your names. We have Anita Workman, Lois Wilfong, Delano Lukart, Hannah Bosley, Michaela Van Devender, Savannah Williams, Daphne Hillary, Nathan Tawney. If you guys would please stand. These guys are down here from Pocahontas County High School. Please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman to 51st, Douglas Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're in the Rotunda area today, you may have noticed that Interaction Media is there streaming a public affairs program, and they're going to be here every Friday morning. That's a company from Star City in Monongalia County. And joining us today in the South Gallery is a senior producer at Interaction Media, Dylan Sheldon. If we please make him welcome.
Are there further introductions? Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4568 to allow phased rehabilitations of certified historic structures and reports the same back with the title amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4352 decreasing federal taxable income and House Bill 4460 relating to authorizing application of the manufacturing investment tax credit and the manufacturing property tax adjustment credit against personal income tax and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4002 creating the Certified Sites and Development Readiness Program, House Bill 4025 providing exemption to severance tax for severing rare earth elements and other critical minerals, House Bill 4259 creating the West Virginia Small Business Jumpstart Act, House Bill 4451 eliminating the requirement that otherwise qualified investment assets be located or installed at or within 2 miles of a pre-existing manufacturing facility, House Bill 4465 relating to the tax credit for apprenticeship training, House Bill 4470 relating to consumer sales and service tax and use tax exemption for certain goods to be incorporated into a qualified new or expanded warehouse or distribution facility, and reports by committee substitutes therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 4001 generally relating to broadband and reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 1 naming a locally known bridge in Ashford, West Virginia as the Alex Purdue Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 4 John B. Short Memorial Bridge, Logan County, House Concurrent Resolution 7 to name a locally known bridge in Seth, West Virginia as the Colton Red Haney Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 9 name road naming the James C. Vickers Silver Star Highway, HCR 13 Dr. Enrique and Mrs. Sally H. Aguilar Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 14 to create the Colonel Ronald John Ron Chiquetto Memorial Road, House Concurrent Resolution 25 to name the Specialist 5 Terry Lee McClanahan Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 26 to name the Officer Cassie Johnson Fallen Heroes Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 35 David Allen Drake Sr. Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 36 to name the John Calvin J.C. Baker Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 46 Donald Homer Wheeler Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 47 William Earl Duty Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 48 to name the Sergeant John S. Siner Memorial Highway, House Concurrent Resolution 49 to name the Charles M. Biggs Memorial Roadway, House Concurrent Resolution 50 to name the John Ellison Memorial Roadway, House Concurrent Resolution 52 Roy E. Givens Memorial Road, Committee Substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 17, U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Logan A. Young Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 21 Putnam County Veterans Memorial Bridge, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 23 U.S. Marine Corps Corporal Guy Maywood Edwards Memorial Bridge, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted but that they first be referred to the Committee on Rules.
That report will be received. Each of those resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4489, require counties to post open positions on statewide job bank, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4351 to ensure that staffing plans are sent to the State Health Office as well as of the Department of Homeland Security, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, and with the recommendation that second reference to the Committee on the Judiciary be dispensed with.
That report will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The two chairs have conferred on this matter, and I now ask unanimous consent that the second reference of the bill to the Committee on the Judiciary be dispensed with.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Judiciary for House Bill 4351 be dispensed with. Are there objections? No objections are heard. That second reference to Judiciary will be dispensed with, and the bill will be placed on the calendar. Next report.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Joint Resolution 106, require Board of Education races to become party affiliated, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but that it first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The report will be received. That resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4426, repeal Article 3325G1 et sec, creating provider-sponsored networks, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on the 10th day of February 2022 presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action the following bills signed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Delegates. Senate Bill 435, awarding service weapon to retiree from Division of Protective Services. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 437, providing for early discharge of parolees, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 449, relating to nonviolent offense parole program.
That report will be received. No further standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 15, Thomas Brothers Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 58, February 14 as National Donor Day, House Concurrent Resolution 59 to name the Warrant Officer James G. Bosley Memorial Bridge, House Concurrent Resolution 60, Fire Chief Lee Thomas Bridge, and House Resolution 11 urging members of the United States Congress to enact federal legislation designating May 4th as Firefighters Day, and report the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted.
That report will be received. Select committee reports. Executive messages. Senate messages.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4074 requires schools provide eating disorder and self-harm training for teachers and students.
That message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that we voted on, House Bill 4074, as you'll remember, was Megan's Law. Requires that public schools provide eating disorder and self-harm training and education for teachers and students. In consultation with Delegate Clark, the Senate made an amendment that changes the individuals who are required to have the training from all public school employees to all county board employees who might come into contact with a student, including full-time, part-time, and contract employees, as well as any volunteers that may come into contact with the student, and as may be further defined in the state board rule. It also makes some technical changes and a title amendment. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 4074. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4074 requires schools provide eating disorder and self-harm training for teacher and students.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed the following bills. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 6, establishing common law veil-piercing claims not be used to impose personal liability.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 312, authorizing for Department of Revenue to promulgate legislative rules.
That message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 419, establishing pilot project to evaluate impact of certain post-substance use disorder residential treatments.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse and the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 533, relating to funding for health sciences and medical schools in state.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 540, allowing municipal fire departments to provide retirees with service weapon in certain circumstances.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 546, expanding uses of fees paid by students at higher education institutions.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 550, relating to funding for higher education institutions.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 576, relating to unemployment insurance and COVID-19 vaccination requirement.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for Senate. The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has adopted the following resolutions. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 28, U.S. Army Private Garland Lee Loudermilk Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received and that resolution will be referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure, then the Committee on Rules.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 29, Nitro World War I Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received and that resolution will be referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure, then the Committee on Rules. Further Senate messages, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 61, Timothy Wayne Farley Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Further resolutions, petitions, motions. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still being in possession of the clerk, I move that the House reconsider the effective date of House Bill 4301.
Question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the House consider the vote on the effective date for House Bill 4301. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. Pending before the House now is House Bill 4301. Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Summers moves to amend the title.
The question now before the House is the adoption of the title amendment to House Bill 4301. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended now by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question now before the House is the lady's motion that House Bill 4301 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further motions at this time? If not, bills introduced.
House Bill 4635, limiting naming of state-funded infrastructure for a current or former public official.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
The lady in the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 23, requesting the Division of Highways to place at least 10 additional signs along highways entering West Virginia honoring fallen veterans and Gold Star families.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? Gentleman the 13th, Douglas Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A Gold Star family is one that's experienced loss of an immediate family member who has died as the result of military service. Those who have died in the line of duty leave behind parents, siblings, spouses, and children. These are the heroes that we recognize as Gold Star families. Mr. Speaker, today we stood and placed our hands over our heart and in almost perfect unity recited the Pledge of Allegiance to this country. We have the privilege to recite the Pledge of Allegiance because of those who have fought for and those who have died for our United States of America. We express our allegiance by standing and placing our hand over our heart, and we express our allegiance not to this great country, not just to this great country, not just to the great idea of America, but we stand and we place our hand over our heart for these individuals and for these families. These individuals who have given the full measure of their life. Those who have fought with the support of their family back home. Those who have died have paid the ultimate price to defend that flag and to defend this country. There's nothing that we can say, there's nothing that we can do to ease their pain, to fill their loss, or to ultimately and adequately show our appreciation. However, this body can recognize these heroes, and this state can place these signs at the entrance to our great state to send a clear message to all who enter that in West Virginia, we love this country. We love our servicemen and women, and when one of these heroes fall while defending this great country, they will not be forgotten, and their families will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the resolution.
Is there further debate on the resolution? Gentleman 34th, Douglas Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any mention of Gold Star families is very, very special to me. Thank you all that are in the gallery and all across West Virginia and across our nation. My grandparents were a Gold Star family. They had 5 boys. All 4 of the 5 were in either the Coast Guard or the Navy during World War II. My dad was the youngest. He was only 11. My dad is the only one still living now. But I was named after my uncle that I never met, Lawrence Earl Boggs, who was killed off the coast of Sicily during the invasion in World War II. And I know what a profound effect that had on my grandparents as I grew up until I lost them. And I know over the years, knowing more and more Gold Star families in the different wars and conflicts that our nation's been engaged in, it is, this is one of the very least things that we could do. Every courthouse, every community, we need Gold Star memorials all across West Virginia. all across West Virginia, because people shouldn't leave their home unless they have this and they remember this. Every memorial that we have, this is just very special to me, and I wholeheartedly urge passage of this, and Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call on this. Thank you.
Is there debate on the resolution? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. Is the demand for a roll call vote sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares this resolution adopted. Is there further unfinished business? If not, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 279, authorizing DEP to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, Gentleman 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to explain the DEP rules bundle to you. I'd be happy to take any questions following that explanation. The first one of those rules is 45 CSR 08. The proposed rule amends a current legislative rule which establishes and adopts standards of ambient air quality in West Virginia. The modifications to this section incorporate by reference annual updates to the federal counterpart promulgated by EPA as of June 1st, 2021. The modifications are intended to provide new and optional methods for testing for particulate matter. The next rule is 45 CSR 34. The proposed rule amends a current legislative rule which establishes a program of national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants. Modifications to this section of the rule incorporate by reference annual updates to the federal counterpart. The next rule is 47 CSR 30B, and this proposed rule amends a current legislative rule which was promulgated under the Water Pollution Control Act. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the rules bundle. I'm happy to take any questions, and I urge passage.
Okay, the question is on the passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 279. Is there debate on the bill? Yes, the gentleman from the 51st, Douglas Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the debate on amendments on the water quality standards yesterday, it probably comes as no surprise that I'm against passage of this bill. But I just want to briefly explain why. And start by correcting the record. There was a back and forth and interchange between two delegates about whether the criterion for DDT would be weakened in this rule or not. And I was frantically going through to find the rule when that debate was happening, but I couldn't find it in time. But I have found it, and I think the gentleman from the 15th would probably agree that he was looking at the wrong column, and that the standard for DDT really does get weakened in this rule, and not just DDT, but other carcinogens get weakened in this rule. And the impact of weakening the standards for these carcinogens is that a larger amount will be allowed into the rivers and streams that serve as drinking water sources for the people of West Virginia. So I object to this rule because I don't think we should be allowing more carcinogens in our water. You know, this is about the Clean Water Act. This is a rule promulgated under the Federal Clean Water Act and the state counterpart of that act. And the goal of the Clean Water Act is to reduce and eliminate pollution in our nation's waters. To reduce and eliminate pollution. It's a good thing if we're more strict than the national standard. It's not only allowed, that's a good thing. That means our industry is already meeting those standards with the discharges that come out of their pipes. There's no need to weaken them if they're already being met. So I object to weakening standards for carcinogens, And I also object to the process, which was my amendment yesterday. This is an exceptional thing for us to remove the legislature from providing oversight to an executive agency. And I think it's a sign of this topsy-turvy world we live in today that the other side of the aisle wants to remove themselves from weighing in on what the DEP does. All of a sudden we trust the DEP. I would think of any of the executive agencies, we would want to maintain our oversight of the Department of Environmental Protection. So I'm against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 66, Douglas Espinosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I've had an opportunity to speak to some of our rural water system managers, you know, I've become aware that, you know, those rural water systems can accomplish just about anything that we direct them to do. But I think it's also important to recognize that there's a cost associated with that. And I think that this proposed rule, I think it strikes a proper balance, a healthy balance in ensuring that our water is safe while not adding to the cost of providing clean water for our constituents, in making the cost of public water beyond the reach of our constituents. So again, I think it's important to keep in mind, while some folks characterize this rule is in some way diminishing the quality of our public water, it clearly maintains proper healthy water standards. In no way you know, creates, you know, an issue with the health of our water, but it doesn't pass an unnecessary additional financial burden onto our water systems and our constituents. So I'd urge support of this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman 37, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This rules bill has absolutely nothing to do with the cost of our water, has nothing to do with our water bill, has to do with the safety and well-being of our constituents. And I don't normally rise to speak for or against a rules bundle, usually pretty boring, usually pretty cut and dry, but I think this is actually a historic piece of legislation. And I'm not a knight of the golden horseshoe, far from it. So if any of you are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think ever before in West Virginia history has the legislature voted to allow an agency to regulate itself like this. I don't know if we've ever voted to allow an agency to remove remove us from the legislative process. I don't know if we've ever allowed for really an unlawful delegation of our responsibility, of our power, of our duty to look over our constituents and looking over these rules. But in this case we do. I wonder why. It's because it's an unpopular decision. And if you look at it, and you look at these charts, and my friend from the 15th yesterday wasn't correct. He's probably maybe he's as mathematically challenged as I am, but I looked at it, I converted the micrograms to nanograms, they rounded up, and that's why they're asking for it. And what we're talking about are 8 different carcinogens, chemicals that cause cancer, and it allows for more of them in Category A water, drinking water. It's fairly simple. And then the agency is basically pulling itself out of the process that allows us to regulate them. So if you want to abdicate that power, if you want to put that in the hand of the agency, go ahead. But I think we should be voting on the side of the health and well-being of the people that sent us here. Nobody asked us to come here to put more carcinogens in their water or to allow for more cancer-causing agents in their water. This is a fairly easy vote for me. I know there's a whole lot of stuff in a rules bundle, but the main thing that I'm looking at is this appendix where it clearly shows it raises the allowable carcinogens in drinking water. It's pretty clear.
The gentleman from the 67, Doyle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 66, my compatriot from Jefferson County, mentioned a few minutes ago that our rural water systems are capable of some really wonderful work, and he's right about that. He also said that it comes at a cost. He's right about that. It seems logical to me that the better job we do at the state level of keeping the water clean, the less it will cost our local water systems to keep our drinking water clean. And so for that reason, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Lady with 51st, Delegate Fleischhauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the gentleman from 37th said, I don't normally vote against a rules bill just because of one part of it, but I have to say that I think this one part of it is appalling. I was here in 2014 when 300,000 people lost their water. We covered up the fountains with plastic bags, and everyone left because it smelled so bad. People couldn't take showers. My grandchildren were washed in bottled water for months. This is about our drinking water. And as the gentleman from Monongalia said, we already have a rule. Companies are complying with the rule, and for the last 5 or 6 years, they've tried to change the rule so that they could add more toxins and carcinogens to our water. As we said yesterday, we have the 3rd highest rate of cancer in the country, and part of it, we know, for various industries that we have had, they made movies about them in Parkersburg. They called it Dark Water, I think was the name of the movie. I don't think this bill provides a healthy balance. I think it provides an unhealthy balance. And I can't imagine why we would be doing this. I feel very strongly that West Virginians want and deserve clean drinking water, and they do not want more carcinogens added to their drinking water. Please vote no.
The gentleman at 26, Delegate Evans, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also am going to rise in opposition to this bill and the rules that goes with it. Take a good look at these kids sitting in front of me. Ask them what their water tastes like. Ask them if they have clean water coming in their house or if they got to go to a well and get it. You'd be surprised. The water down our way is bad, to be kind. Don't add anything else to it. These kids, as well as yours, deserve a clean glass of water when they go to the spigot. They don't need to worry about what's in it. And trust me, many of them and their friends do. Our water is probably some of the poorest in the state, if not the nation. Our aquifers are absolutely polluted from mining and everything else. We have some more straight pipes than you can possibly imagine. I think one of the biggest truckloads of things other than coal that goes through McDowell County are the PCV pipes that they make those things out of so they can run them right into the creek. Stop it. You have an opportunity right now. You have an opportunity for your kids, and bless their hearts for my kids in front of me. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 48th, Delegate Riley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we're talking about water quality, I'd like to offer a few comments and corrections. First, we are not giving up complete control of water quality. Recognize that this legislature still sets the risk factor associated with overall water quality statewide or site-specific. That does not change as part of this rule. As it relates to site-specific criteria, this rule, as I mentioned yesterday, it is really no different than the permit-specific setting of an NPDES permit, which DEP controls right now. Additionally, within this site-specific rule change, if someone does disagree, they can appeal to the Environmental Water Quality Board. Now, the difference there is that in an appeal to the Water Quality Board, they can call witnesses, they can present evidence, and they can do things that they cannot do within this legislative process. And since we're talking about DDT, I'd like to provide some context to DDT as well. It was banned for use in 1972. However, it is still considered a constituent of persistent organic pollutant. In 1980, under President Carter, based upon U.S. EPA human health factors, they set the standard at 0.024 nanograms per liter. In 2015, under President Obama, which West Virginia is currently under the 1980 established rule, in 2015, under President Obama, they recommended a change to 0.03 nanograms per liter, which is what we are considering right now. Now, please keep in mind that technology available to detect DDT can only go down to 1.7 nanograms per liter. So it would have to be in 50 times in excess of the limit that we're discussing right now in order to even know whether it's present. This change directly correlates to the change in human health factors from EPA. A change in the American body weight from 70 kilograms to 80 kilograms. A change in the water consumption from 2.4 liters per day to 2 liters per day. Lastly, as this constituent relates to drinking water and drinking water quality standards, standards right now for drinking water is 1,000 nanograms per liter. So let's cover this. The increase is 0.006 nanograms per liter. We can only detect 1.7 nanograms per liter. Water quality is allowed to have 1,000 nanograms per liter, which is 33,000 times greater than the 0.003 nanograms per liter we're discussing right now. I urge passage.
The gentleman the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I kind of want to just explain where we're at a little bit here because the rules process is a little bit different. So currently, this is an update to the rule. I know we're only talking about one rule in this bundle pretty much, but these criteria for the water quality consumption, the human health criteria, right now the majority of these get more stringent. So right now, our water quality standards are less stringent than what is in the rule. So I know members have said, I'm going to vote against the rule. Well, if you vote against the rule, you're very specifically voting to go back to how we're currently under, which is a less stringent standard. I mean, you're specifically voting to increase the standards by going back to the current version. By passing this bill, we're increasing the stringency standard, making it more stringent on our water quality standards, and by adopting the EPA suggested amounts. And I understand there are a few, I believe there's 8 that get less stringent by a very small margin, but those were what was suggested by the commonly available science that is available to the EPA, and our DEP has recommended passage. But if you're voting no on this bill, you're taking 24 different criteria back less stringent. And as we talked about different items that are in our water, such as carcinogens. If you vote no on this bill, you're voting to allow more in the water. So just to clarify that, it doesn't go away if you vote no on this, it just goes back to the old standards. So if that's your intent on this bill, then I would encourage voting yes on the water quality standards and the rest of the DEP's bundle.
The gentleman the first, Douglas Teslo, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've had enough debate about this issue over the last 2 days, but one thing that bothers me, and I feel I must rise and speak to it. The idea that we would add materials to the drinking water of the state just because the levels are a little bit lessened is an insult to everybody. We don't need that kind of discussion here. We're trying to work through tough problems. I think the gentleman from the 48th explained it very well. I can understand people not liking levels to go up above what they are now, whether you can measure them or not. But one thing for sure, if anybody thinks that by passing this rule, we are going to allow more materials to be placed into the waters of the state, that is a fallacy. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Every member voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the result. On this question, there are 72 ayes, 22 nays, 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 279, authorizing DEP to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 73 ayes, 21 nays, and 6 members absent. 2/3 of the members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 450, updating definitions of West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to West Virginia personal income tax. The bill provides that the tax year 2021, the meaning of terms in the West Virginia statutes relating to personal income tax will have the same meaning of those terms under the federal statutes as of amended during the year 2021. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman 67th, Doug Doyle.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I misread I think this is the wrong bill. Up for me to speak against.
Up to you. Gentleman 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? I just want to clarify here. This deals with personal income tax. Is that correct?
Yes, this is our
state personal income tax.
This is our annual update. Yeah, so we coordinate with the federal income tax.
Yeah, so we're updating this for this fiscal year. So the date on this is 2021, not 2022.
This is the update for calendar year 2021 for you to file your taxes by April 15th.
Okay, so it's for this calendar year. It's not for 2022, 2023 calendar year. The current one we're in right now.
Right.
Okay. Not like the other bill we're looking at is
correct.
Asked and answered.
Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 93 ayes, 0 nays, and 7 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. Clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 450, updating definitions of West Virginia personal income tax.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
Question is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. 2/3 of the members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 451, updating definitions of West Virginia Corporate Net Income Tax Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. The gentleman of the 10th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides for the tax year 2021 the meanings of the terms in the West Virginia statutes relating to corporate net income tax will have the same meaning of those terms under the federal statutes as amended between December 31 of 2020 and January 1 of 2022. I urge passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 94 ayes, 6 noes, and 6 members, 0 noes, and 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 451, updating definitions of West Virginia Corporate Net Income Tax Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4007, to reduce personal income tax rate.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman of the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would create a new section of code to reduce on a one-time basis only each of the current personal income tax rates by 10% for tax years beginning on or after January 1, 2023. The bill would also transfer the dedication of 1/2 of the state's annual general revenue surplus from the state's Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund, Rainy Day A, to a new fund created by the bill named the Stabilization and Future Economic Reform Fund, SAFER, from which funds may be expended solely for the purpose of reducing the rates of personal income tax. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to point out some numbers, and I'm one of those folks that you have to worry about when it comes to numbers. If you look at the amount of the income tax, and of course we have a progressive tax, and folks who make $20,000 and report $20,000 a year will get, under this bill, $7 in reduction. Now, if you kick it up to $35,000, and this is the folks that have Social Security money and a pension, maybe a state pension, $35,000 a year, they're getting $39. If you go to the 55,000 figure, which would be a teacher with a number of years of service, at 55,000 the benefit is $88. Now, if you kick it up to 92,000, which would say be maybe two school teachers, that's $232. This is not a major piece of benefit to the taxpayers. Now, if somebody had an income of $1 million to report, their taxes is somewhere in the range of $63,000. 10% off that, you get down to $6,300. You know, for the people who make $55,000, the two we were talking about, maybe a school teacher or someone, it would take 71 people to come up with as much as that one taxpayer is going to benefit. Now, there's a second problem that we've got to look at. What it's costing. It's costing us $265 million Now, we've got a surplus this year, so we can pull some money down there. Have been told by DHHR that there may be a Medicaid hole in the next year or so of $170 million. We've got $160 million that's estimated to apply once the Hope Scholarship starts paying out to any student who's not in public school. There's PEIA, where Warren may need $50 million to keep their commitment to employees. We do have some money in PEIA. I think we have $1 million that we haven't gotten yet and used, but it's coming. And then we've got the pay raise this year, just for this year, and I don't know the amount on it. Maybe the chair may know, but let's say it's at least, I think, $100 million. The total on that package is $745 million. That's million. $745 million. We come up with it this year. We come up with it next year, maybe. But I would say that those kind of numbers will apply in a couple of years. The point of all this is that there is a train coming straight at us of financial responsibility. And it can either run over us or we can dodge it, but we're going to have to deal with it. Now, it's good to have surpluses. That's new in my legislative experience, that we have grand surpluses that approaching, I don't know, a gentleman said something like $800 million. That's new to me. That's not been in my experience. We've always been scrubbing around, and when you said something costs $50 million, you can just throw that bill in the can. Nobody's got $50 million laying around that we can put into a program. So I would just caution the members that, and it's water over the dam that my amendment did not pass, which would have eliminated the reduction for income levels over $100,000. Had we adopted that, it would have saved about $80 million. And you say, so people, the income levels above $100,000 is about $80 million of the $265 million that the bill's going to cost if we include that. That's right. So who's getting the benefit? And it was said that, you know, that we don't want to punish rich people. I don't want to punish anyone, certainly, that's true. But when you look at what the impact is to a family, $20,000, they get $7. $35,000 reported income, $39. $55,000, $88. The numbers just aren't very good for actually giving people tax relief. So I would, and it's a 10% cut, and there's an idea, there's an inspiration that we have that this 10% can grow. And so instead of 20,000 person getting $7 the first year, if we put it and raise it next year to a 20%, then that would get them $14. We need to step back and look at these numbers and say, who is it that really needs to benefit from tax relief? And I'll just tell you, and you know it, it's the people who make $20,000 a year and report it. The people who make $35,000, retirees and Social Security earners that have to pay some tax on their Social Security, not all, but some, you know, and $55,000 level, $88. It's just not. This is not significant to the people who need the help. Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting against the bill.
The gentleman 67, Douglas Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to you that I got the wrong bill before. I have these 3.25 reading glasses, and whenever I try to read something without them, I get myself in trouble. I am going to vote against this bill. I was willing to accept the hit, almost as much of a hit to the Treasury as this bill will give us, if we had targeted the tax cut differently. I will piggyback on the figures that my friend from Kanawha behind me gave, that under this bill, someone making $20,000 a year will get a $7 a year tax cut. Under the amendment I offered yesterday, that person would have gotten a $7,000 a year tax cut. And it would have been similar up to close to $100,000 a year. I've heard it said that maybe we need to attract more millionaires to West Virginia. That's not the way we build an economy, I don't think. I think we build an economy by raising the status of the average working people that live here. And that's why I offered that amendment yesterday, and it's why I opposed this bill. Thank you.
Lady from 35th, Doug Young is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair of Finance yield for just a few questions?
Yes.
Thank you. What percentage of the budget is made up from personal income tax?
Roughly, it's about $2.1 billion, so I'd say at least 50%.
Okay. And how are we going to make up that money in the budget? Are we using surplus to pay for that?
We are using surplus dollars.
Okay. And is any of that surplus from any of the federal money that we've received over the past few years? I'll tell you where I'm going. Okay. I'm concerned about the American Rescue Plan funds, if you could just address that.
Right. No, we're not using any federal aid to offset any of this revenue. We're just purely using surplus revenues only.
And we have that money this year to do that?
We do. We're on target to have about an $800 million surplus.
That's fantastic. What if we don't have it next year?
We're on target to reach maybe $1 billion next year. So if we don't have it, the way that the bill is structured, you have to take legislative action if you want to do anything further for any tax decreases. But yeah, you wouldn't have to if the legislature took no action.
Okay. I saw a couple articles this week, and finance is not my strong suit, but I just wanted to make sure that we're not at risk of losing any federal dollars.
I don't believe we are, no.
Okay. Thank you so much.
The gentleman 36, Doug Barracks recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think cutting taxes is a good thing. I think we'd all like to just cut taxes and give a break to the people. That's always a good thing. But the thing is, we have to watch which taxes we cut. And the thing about this, the income tax, I think the income tax is the most fair tax we have. It's progressive. The more money you make, at least in theory, the more money you kick back in. And it's kind of like, just you're taking advantage of the system, so you kick a little bit more in. Every time I've ever gotten a raise, a pay increase, I've always assumed I was going to pay more taxes, and I did, and I was good with that because I ended up with more money after that. I think if we're going to cut any taxes, we need to go after the regressive taxes, the ones that hurt the lower end of the economic scale more. This one, I don't think we really need to do it. I think we should stay with the fair taxes, and if we want to cut taxes, let's go after the ones that hurt the working families of West Virginia. Those are the people that I feel that I'm here to represent, and I think we should look at more at taxes like that instead of one that is predominantly fair. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? Gentleman 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend, the Finance Chairman, yield, please.
Yes.
Good morning, or no, afternoon. First, I know in Finance Committee, I've been a big proponent of getting 6-year plans. And I know that we did get a graph, but it wasn't in the traditional way that we've usually received a 6-year plan where we have the positives and the negatives. Is there anything other than these graphs that we have making these projections for the out years?
Volume 1 on page 8 projects a lot of the revenue increases. In fact, fiscal year 23 that we're in right now, projected PIT is $2,190 million. Fiscal year 2024, they're projecting $2,645 million, about a $455 million increase in just 1 year alone.
Do you recall any years in the past that we haven't necessarily reached projections? I know we usually do, and we have some good people that do the projecting, but based on any kind of adverse circumstances, we could see those projections be off. That is a possibility, correct?
Anything's possible, yes.
And I will say that the bill this year, I appreciate the fact that I know the one that we talked about last year had triggers that would be automatic cuts, and this one is just one time.
One time.
Okay. And I think that's certainly an improvement. But my concern is not with using the surplus, because I know that a lot of it, while we're not using the surplus for the tax cut, we're using that ARP money for a lot of different things throughout the state that might be taking pressure off where we would need to send general revenue money to. Is that possibility?
Well, just to inform the members, our first tranche of the ARPA funds was roughly $677 million. We have spent $90 million of it for broadband and $315 million for Nucor. So there's still about $272 million left of the ARPA funds.
Okay, so. A couple of the things, and they were mentioned by my colleagues, you know, concern about the Medicaid shortfall. Obviously, we're talking about some much needed pay increases for teachers and state employees, and that will be certainly base building. Do you agree that'll be base building?
The gentleman's correct, yes.
Okay, as well as I know that the previous PEIA director said in a meeting before he departed that after this year, it would take probably at least $50 million a year just to stay even with people not having an increase in premiums or co-pays, deductibles. Does that sound reasonable to you based on what you've heard?
It is, and keep in mind the beauty of what we're trying to pass here today, it's built off of just surpluses. So as we know, at the end of the fiscal year, those surpluses, half of it goes into the general revenue. So if we're on target for next year to have $1 billion surplus, $500 million is going into general revenue to handle a lot of these needs that you're talking about.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the SAFER Fund, which is somewhat of a lockbox, that it would go for income tax reduction only, as opposed to the rainy day fund, which with the vote of the legislature, we could take money out of that for multiple purposes. Correct?
Your gentleman's correct, but at any time, if you wanted to abolish the plan, I mean, you know as well as I do, we can't tie the hands of any future legislature.
I agree.
So,
I agree, but that's the way that this is structured.
It's structured to use it for income tax reduction only, but obviously it's the will of the legislature. If you decide at some future point that you do not want to reduce taxes any lower, then you would have to obviously take the money and decide what you want to do with the money.
Okay. That's really the questions I needed to ask the chair. Thank you, my friend. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say right up front, before there's no mistake about this, I love tax cuts. I'm all for tax cuts. I'm all for an income tax cut. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I think that it's probably inevitable that once this bill leaves the chamber, it's going to go to the other side, and it will not come back in the same form that it is right now. And if it does come back, then we'll see, you know, what we have then. We'll all make an informed choice. I love my parents. Now, what does that have to do with this? I love my parents dearly. But if I can ever find any fault in my parents, and there's very few, because I've got the best parents in the world. I don't know if you all do, but I certainly do. And I'm sure that's probably up to debate for everyone. But one thing that when I was a kid, they wanted to make everything even. Everything had to be even. They didn't want to spend any more on my brother, my younger brother, just two of us, than they did me. And, you know, that's commendable. I think it is commendable to be even. Now, I've never been fond of participation ribbons and things like that, but you know, they tried to keep things even until you know, I got older, or maybe there was a health issue in the family, and sometimes after a while you realized that everything just can't be even. Sometimes there has to be a little bit more devoted to one person, one member of the family, than there is the other. or maybe a need in the community that everybody in the family had to sacrifice to look out for that. But that's what concerns me about this bill, because we had a couple of great opportunities yesterday from a gentleman from Kanawha and the gentleman from Jefferson to give everyone a tax cut, but it wouldn't have been even. And the chairman pointed that out, that it was perception was a war on the wealthy. I didn't perceive it as a war on the wealthy. I'm all for the wealthy. I'm not one of them, but I'm all for them. But I also think the wealthy need to be like a family. When it's a little bit more needed someplace else, you concentrate a little bit more to those in need, but you still get something out of it. So when I see the figures and I hear that a family of $35,000 to $55,000 under this tax cut, it's one time until the legislature acts the next time, they're going to get approximately an $88 a year tax decrease. Now that comes out to about $7.30 plus cents a month, and that comes out to about, if you're paid every 2 weeks, that's about $3.35 every 2 weeks. Now, again, it's the same percentage as those that are wealthy, but I just don't think this is a time that everything needs to be even. I think this is a time, especially with the pandemic, with all the things that are going on, everybody's hurting, even the wealthy, because they're not immune from the effects of the pandemic. But 70% of this tax cut goes to 20% of the taxpayers. And that's troubling to me. We've got coming up, Mr. Speaker, we've got approximately $170 million shortfall in Medicaid, $265 million that this bill will cost. We've talked about for the next several years, $50 million or more, because we all hear a lot about PEIA, and in order to keep those premiums, because everybody wants them lower, but if you're going to have the premiums to stay just where they are, the former director said it's going to take $50 million a year for multiple years. So we have that pending. We've got the 5% pay raise, which is much needed. All those things, and the surplus predictions, I hope and pray that those come in at or above what they're being projected at. But what if they're not? But more importantly, oh, by the way, unless there's bills in the pipeline that we haven't ran yet, I don't think we've done anything for retirees yet. Nothing. And I don't know about you all, but I'm hearing from them too. I don't think it's a war on the wealthy, that's what we tried to do. I think a lot of people perceive that when they're going to get such a minuscule tax break, that this is going to be more of a war on the working people. I know it's not intended to be that way. We're trying to be even. We're trying to be even. I just don't think this is a time that we need to be even. Maybe next year, maybe the year in the out years from the SAFER fund, we can afford to be even. Maybe sometimes the wealthy maybe there'll be a time that the wealthy will fall on such hard times we'll need to give them more than we do the others, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. I'd just like to see some of the regular folks. I consider myself a regular person. I worked 38 years on the railroad. I'd just like to see average people feel like that they're being respected, and let them feel like that they're being dealt with fairly. They don't always get everything even, They're willing to sacrifice. They have sacrificed. They'll continue to sacrifice. But I have to as much as I love tax decreases and tax cuts, until this comes back from the Senate, and we'll see what they do, I hope they improve it. I think it's better than last year, Mr. Chairman. I think it's much improved over last year. But in order to get my vote, I think we need to look beyond just being even and look to the needs of the people that are in the most dire circumstances and not let them find out in January or February next year that they weren't dealt with fairly or evenly. So I'll be voting red on this, and we'll see what happens when it comes back from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 27th, Gerhardt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, more money in the pockets of West Virginians is good. Doesn't make any difference if it's a little bit. It's good. When West Virginians have more money, they spend more money, and that's good for the economy. It's good. I don't know how we can look at it in any other way. As one of the sponsors of the bill, I can tell you this bill is measured. It takes into consideration all the possible problems that we might have. And I don't speak for the chairman, but I'll tell you, I think if he had his choice, we would be relieving that burden from West Virginians even more. But we've tried to be smart and to do it appropriately and put ourselves on a path to really, over time, relieving the tax burden from West Virginians, and it's good. I was glad to hear my friend from the 34th say that he liked tax cuts, and I believe that. I really do. I've served on the Finance Committee with him for a while, but he didn't think it's the right time. It's here before us. And I don't know if it's Michael Jordan or whether this is a Marty Gerhardt quote, but a long time ago, someone said that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. 100% of the shots you don't take. And you hurt your team by not taking a good shot when it's available. I believe we have a good shot that's available, and we have an opportunity to make it. We have no control over what happens on the other side, but we have a shot to do the right thing and to relieve the tax burden from West Virginians a little bit, and hopefully a little bit more as time goes along, as we've put ourselves on the path to tax relief. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you, let's do what's good for West Virginians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 36, second row is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman would answer a question. I've been reading the bill, and I've been reading it not to be a one-time, but a continuing 10%. Is the $265 million just for this year, or would it apply next year?
Okay, so you do lower the rates one time, and those rates stay there until there's some legislative action. So we're only realizing $96 million this first because you only have 6 months left of the budget cycle. But then every year thereafter, it's about $265 million worth of tax relief. That's a big deal.
Right. Well, so when I was hearing several of you all talk about one time, it's not actually one time. We're locking in a 10% reduction for this year. Well, it starts on the calendar year, so it's not as much. But anyway, we'll have 265 in years going forward. Because I was looking on page 2, line 47, 48, and 49, where it said that the old brackets would not count and that these brackets would take over.
Yeah, you gentleman's correct. Once you lower those brackets, they stay there until this legislature takes another action.
Now, do we have a 6-year plan that's been presented by the governor's office that estimates these surpluses?
I do believe that there is a 6-year plan out there. The surpluses, I mean, we were told in committee that we're projected to see a close to $1 billion surplus the following year, that we're on target. Remember, these are all projections.
All right. Okay. And let's see. So the 265 will be ongoing, but as will the 10% cut that we have here.
The gentleman's correct.
All right. And that's all. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 16th, Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, tax cuts are a great thing. I share the gentleman from 27th's excitement about what we're doing. And I'd like to take you on a quick rocket ship ride from 4 years past. 4 years ago, we passed tax cuts out of this body that ended up becoming the law in the Senate. 3 years ago, we did it. 2 years ago, and now, right before us today, we have another tax cut. We've tried automatic triggers. We've tried with safer funds. We've tried with personal income tax reduction funds. We want to cut taxes for the people of the state of West Virginia, for small businesses in the state of West Virginia, and to continue bringing more businesses to this state. And there's been a lot of discussion that, you know, what happens in the out years? Well, it's deja vu again, but last year, I pointed out when we were discussing a very similar proposal that we were going to see, according to the estimates of some folks who really didn't want us to pass the bill, a nearly $800 million increase, if everything stayed the same, in our personal income tax collections over a period of 10 years. That's nearly a 50% increase. And all we ask to do today is to give a 10% decrease overall. So that means that in 2030, when before, by the way, before Nucor announced that they were coming here with 1,000 construction jobs and 800 permanent jobs at $92,000 a year, and before Green Power, and before the development in Monongalia County, and before the announcement this morning of Omni Building Technologies building a $40 million facility in Bluefield, creating another 150 to 300 jobs, all who pay personal income taxes, all who will be paying personal income taxes, they said that we were going to see a 50% increase in the collections. This bill creates the safer fund so that we're able to, with all these surpluses that we have, pay for them if we end up having a bad year. This is a very substantial cut for the people of West Virginia. It allows them to have more money in their pockets rather than burning a hole in the pockets up here in Charleston. And you know we'll find a way to spend it if we just don't give it back to the people. Let's give it back to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman 64th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the goal has always been to do a incremental approach, you know, a more slower, more moderate approach, and the gentleman from the 27th is correct. I would like to accelerate it. But today I can't stand up here and quantify exactly how much tax relief that you're going to get back, because everybody's tax position is different, and it would be very disingenuous. But what I can tell you is that today that West Virginians from every walk of life will find more money in their pockets to spend or save on things that they care about, and that's what's very important. So with that, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will roll call. Those, well, it's passage of the bill. We'll be taking a roll call. Those in favor of passage will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following delegates have paired. Delegate Clark, yea. Delegate Doyle, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 76 ayes, 20 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4007 to reduce personal income tax rates.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4114, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Administration to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from 35th to explain the bill. Gentleman from 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to heighten the excitement now. House Bill 4114, Department of Administrative Rules. This bill is the rule bundle of the Department of Administration. It contains 4 rules. These are Department of Administration Ethics Commission 158 CSR 6, This rule clarifies that nepotism is included as an improper use of office for private gain and provides additional restrictions on family members' employment. Department of Administration, Office of Personnel, 143 CSR 1. The proposed rule amends a current legislative rule to make necessary updates and to bring it into compliance with House Bill 2001, which passed during the 2021 legislative session. The committee substitute exempted temporary employees and temporary employees of state forests, parks, and recreational areas from classified service and removed the cap on hours the employees may work in a year. Department of Administration, Office of Technology, 163 CSR 2. The proposed rule is new and was promulgated in response to Senate Bill 486, which passed last session. It relates to the review and management of technology products by the Chief Information Officer with the Office of Technology. It requires the Chief Information Officer to assign technology projects that have been submitted for approval and review to the Project Management Office, which will then make the recommendation to the Chief Information Office for approval. Department of Administration, Office of Technology, 163 CSR 3. The proposed rule is entirely new and is in response to House Bill 2763, which passed during the 2021 legislative session. It sets forth the statutory requirement that required entities report a cybersecurity incident within 10 days of the incident and prohibits inclusion in the report of any personally identifiable information, and establishes that executive branch agencies shall immediately notify the Cybersecurity Office if an incident or cyber attack has occurred. That is a summary of the rules bundle. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 93 ayes, 1 nay, and 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4114, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Administration to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 93 ayes, 1 nay, and 6 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4295 to transfer the state office of the National Flood Insurance Program from the offices of the Insurance Commissioner to the Division of Emergency Management.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. Gentleman 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to transfer the state office of the National Flood Insurance Program from the Office of the Insurance Commissioner to the Division of Emergency Management. The National Flood Insurance Program is managed by the federal agency, FEMA, that also involves floodplain management, developing floodplain standards, training local communities about floodplain management, flood mapping, emergency response, and substantial damage assessment. Because of these requirements, the Division of Emergency Management is better able to meet the requirements of the program. The Office of the Insurance Commissioner will continue to work with the Division of Emergency Management to ensure consumers are aware of this type of insurance. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 92 ayes, 2 nays, and 6 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4295 to transfer the state office of the National Flood Insurance Program from the offices of the Insurance Commissioner to the Division of Emergency Management.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4420 to modify definitions of school bus operators.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 31st, Doug Tony, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the current code to provide the school bus operator candidates with diabetes requiring insulin are not ineligible to become a school bus operator if the candidate submits proper endorsement documentation to the Division of Motor Vehicles and remains in compliance with the guidelines for eligibility per the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, along with the Division of Motor Vehicles and the State Board rules. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 93 ayes, 0 nays, and 7 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4420 to modify definitions of school bus operator.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4438, applying current requirements for certain voting systems to be independent and non-networked to all voting systems that seek certification in West Virginia.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. Gentleman 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds language providing that all voting systems utilized in any election shall be independent, non-networked voting systems, and any component thereof, in whole or in part, shall not at any time connect to the Internet. That is a summary. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 36, Doug Rose, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question concerning the voting machines. I'm wondering if the requirement that I think we have in place for paper trails for all of the votes that are cast on electric voting machines be maintained. Does this bill change that, or am I mistaken about that?
That does not change.
Okay. So as I understand it, today in West Virginia, we require every voting machine to have the ability to do a printout on paper of the votes that are cast.
Well, that's my understanding. That's not part of this bill, but that's my understanding.
This bill just keeps them from being connected on the internet and getting
and
foul play.
Non-networked.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Lady 35th, Doug Young is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chairman yield for just one quick question?
I will. That was one question.
Yeah, second one. I need two. Thank you. Are we just codifying a practice that we already do, or is this a new practice?
I believe correct. It is codifying a current practice.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4438, applying current requirements for certain voting systems to be independent and non-networked to all voting systems that seek certification in West Virginia.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4517, relating to the repealing requirements to display video ratings.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman of the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 4517 is to repeal requirements relating to the display of video ratings in video rental stores contained in West Virginia Code 61, Article 8E. The existing article was passed in 1990 during the advent of home video rentals. Since then, the video rental market has evolved as such that the existing statute has been rendered obsolete. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4517, relating to the repealing requirements to display video ratings.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4535, repeal section relating to school attendance and satisfactory academic progress as conditions of licensing for privilege of operation of motor vehicle.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. Gentleman 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to repeal the requirements relating to satisfactory academic performance and completion for children to receive a driver's license. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 27th, Doug Gerhardt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the bill's sponsor to yield, if she would, please.
Does the sponsor yield for a question?
Yes. Thank you for yielding. Unless someone has been added, you are the sole sponsor of this bill. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I turned it in and didn't ask anybody. Yeah.
Okay. So in our conversation, you indicated to me a number of individuals that had come to you in request of this specific bill. Could you tell me what that number was?
I told you that yesterday that I spoke to a high school class, and that class spoke to me about a need for several individuals in their school.
Okay, so the day before yesterday, you didn't give me a specific number? Okay, how many people were in that class?
Probably the gentleman from the 43rd can tell me how many are in a high school senior class. I don't know, 20, okay. 25?
Okay, thank you. Could I ask the chair of government organization to yield, please?
Yes, sir.
In your time as chair of government organization, has the DMV requested you formally with a bill or to be submitted by you as an agency requested bill to relax the educational standards for provisional driver's certificates?
I actually talked to them about this one in particular when it came up, and they did talk about how supportive they were of it because it was an administrative nightmare that they couldn't really administrate. But no, they didn't give me the bill. The majority leader did.
Have you been brought an agency bill?
Have I been brought an agency bill for this particular
bring
purpose?
Bills to committees, so you haven't got an agency.
But they were really glad this one came.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sometimes we can have a good idea.
Thank you. To the point with the chair of government organization, I have polled every chairman of the House Committee on Government Organization for the last 8 years. DMV has not offered an agency bill to date to the Committee on Government Organization. I've also polled the last 3 chairmen, it was easy to poll one of them, of the Committee on Transportation, and they also have indicated, and they get DMV bills frequently, they also have indicated that the DMV has not requested a bill. I wanted to address first the point from yesterday that this was a problem for the DMV. Typically when agencies have a problem, they address it. Any of you that work on a committee or a chair or vice chair know that you get agency bills all the time. This doesn't appear to be a problem because in the last 8 years, they've failed to make a request. They also are a special revenue agency, quite frankly, that's flush with cash. So there's not a problem in addressing it with more money. They contribute a great deal of money to the state road fund in excess dollars. So this is not a problem for the DMV. They may ask about it, they may think it gives them a little irritation, but they have the money, they have the resources, and they certainly have not come to this legislature to make a modification. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding, my conversation with the lady that offered this bill, that there were two individuals that had a problem with getting to work from family problems and social problems, but possibly there are more. Okay, from the answers from the sponsor of the bill, there could be as many as 20. There are 17,000 students every year, approximately, that become eligible to apply for a driver's license that would be subject to the rules that are here. We're taking consideration of lessening these educational and attendance standards because of the max number of 20 that have made this request. Max number of 20. I'm not great with research, not great with Google, but I can Google. If you look, since 1990, which is far back that I can find, the graduation rates in the state of West Virginia in 1990 were 74%. In testimony yesterday from the chairman of the government organization, graduation rates today are almost 92%. Have a great increase in the number of people that have graduated or will graduate over the time that this bill was enacted in the late 80s. Kids graduate more because they have to pay attention to these standards, and they have to, quite frankly, do the things that are necessary to stay in school, go to school, in order to have the privilege of driving. Also was able to Google a study from Mississippi State yesterday. There are 27 states that have either attendance or attendance coupled with academic requirement restrictions on driver's license. Interestingly enough, those that only have the attendance requirements have in excess of a 35% greater rate of dropouts as soon as they get past having to go to school. When they no longer have to go any longer, they fall out of school. Whatever you want to say, these statistics, I think, and common sense or good sense would tell us that these standards help us to keep kids in school. Most of us, I think, understand that no one really in today's world has any opportunity to be successful without staying in school and obtaining a high school diploma. I'll close simply by, you all, my Michael Jordan reference earlier, you all might know I sort of like sports, and I like sports movies. Friday Night Lights, great. Hoosiers, go on and on and on. One of my favorite movies is a movie called Coach Carter. And anybody that's ever watched the movie Coach Carter recognizes that Coach Carter took over an inner city school basketball team. And he imposed very high standards, achievement standards, attendance standards, a variety of different things. It's not an easy thing to do in a school that graduated less than half of its students. The impetus of the movie is that it was very difficult for him to keep those standards up. But after he had done that, a majority of his basketball team not only graduated from high school, but was able to obtain college scholarships, either academic or basketball. It's really, really, really important for us to keep kids in school. We want to keep them in school. One of the ways, not the only way, one of the ways, the graduation rate's not higher just because you have to make grades or pass your classes and go to school, but it's one of the ways that we can keep them in school. It's one of the ways that we can help enhance West Virginians being successful. I'm going to tell you, there's no way in the world that I could ever vote for something that is going to lessen the possibility that our students are going to stay in school and graduate high school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th, Douglas Summers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke yesterday of the young adults that I'm referring to that need help with this bill. Their life circumstances have cause them extreme hardships. And I know the delegate from the 51st the other day talked about some young adults that were involved in the system. And sometimes these children don't want to report their hardships to the school system because they're afraid they're going to be a part of the system and be taken from their homes and suffer more than they already are. The children I'm speaking of feel they have no other options but to leave school. And you can hold this over their head and tell them that they can't drive, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, they're still leaving. They feel they have to go to work, or they feel they need to watch over their siblings because their parents aren't doing a good job. All the law does is it makes a bad situation worse. They are unable to continue school at the moment in time that they are presented, and now they cannot drive as well. I understand some people answer to an agency. I answer to my constituents, and I urge passage.
The gentleman to the 50th, I got Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, with all due respect to a number of people who I think have spoken against this bill because of the importance of education, I respect that, and I think that's a valid interest, but I like this bill. And there's two reasons why I've been impressed with the debate about this bill, the amendment yesterday. The first is, this is a situation with us passing a bill based on listening to constituents. And I especially applaud the lady from the 49th. We had some students here today, and I think it's wonderful when you can go and you can talk to students, you can listen to them, and then you can go back and show them this is how government can work for you. I think that's great. The second thing that I really appreciated about the debate yesterday was the empathy shown by many people in the stories. Not to say that those that were against or that were for the amendment yesterday don't have empathy, but I loved hearing, and I told several of the people, several of the delegates who talked yesterday that it means a lot to hear those things about the fact that we don't know what's going on in every person's life. You know, we just don't know. And so I hope that empathy translates to other bills that we're going to look at for the rest of this session, and I urge a vote on this bill.
The gentleman to the 25th, I got Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to preface this by saying, yes, education is extremely important, but do we really need to keep a boot to their throat to keep them in school? I mean, if they don't want to be there, they're wasting everybody's time there for the most part. Sometimes things happen in life that are not predictable, and this is just another case where there seems to be a government punishment for every time, for every single one of them. And the government don't own our kids. When things happen, sometimes you got to do things you don't want to. And where I live, if you don't have a driver's license, well, most areas of West Virginia, if you don't have a driver's license, you're done. You can't do nothing. I mean, how could you expect them to get a job or do anything if you're holding that over their head? It's just, the government don't own our kids, they don't own us. Let's give them a break, and if something happens to them, let's give them the flexibility at least to take care of themselves or their family if they have to.
The gentleman to the 43rd, Doug Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, yesterday we were debating the amendment, and a couple of things crossed my mind. And one thing that's really important to me as a teacher and as an educator is holding our students to a standard, making sure they meet that standard. But I probably would be voting against this bill had I not seen over the last 3 or 4 years, and that one student in particular, the experience he went through of working all night long at a factory and trying to come to school in the morning at 7 o'clock. And sometimes he just couldn't do it and would sleep through his alarm clock because he had to put food on the table for his family. He was helping out, paying me bills, paying the electric bill. Seeing that, seeing the struggle that young man faced, and his drive and desire to take care of his family, how could we punish him? How could we punish him because of he's working all night long and his studies are failing? Is it right? I mean, if it comes down between me putting food on my table or going to class in the morning, that's what I would do. So I would urge you all to consider that. And like my friend mentioned too, in my county, yeah, we do have public transit in Elkins, right around the town. But Randolph County is more than Elkins, and my district is more than Randolph County. It's a very, very large county, very rural districts, and if you don't have a driver's license, it's pretty much impossible to get anywhere. So, colleagues, I urge you to support this bill. We're not talking about lowering standards, and we've heard about graduation rates and how they're going up. Folks, I'm a teacher. The reason graduation rates are going up, it's not because of having this requirement on our students. That's not the reason, which is a whole other topic, but so with that being said, I hope that we'll all hit the green button on this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from the 27th pointing out that there's only one sponsor to this very good bill. So by unanimous consent, I would request that my name be added as a sponsor to House Bill 4535.
Okay, are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. Gentleman will be added as a sponsor. Gentleman 51st, Douglas Williams, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to the body that this is an issue that kind of snuck up on me. I wasn't aware of it being in the system, and it's not a part of life that I've thought of since I was in high school of driving age, and I knew this was out there, but it makes sense, and I understand that driving a vehicle is defined as privilege within the law, but in the 21st century, particularly in our state, I'd say that mobility is rather a right, and people need that mobility to pursue a variety of endeavors in life, and I appreciate the majority leader for introducing this, and I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Lady in the fourth, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted for this yesterday, the amendment, and I am really struggling with this vote. I've heard from my school officials that this keeps kids in school. I've asked questions. Can they make up their attendance online or at Saturday school? And the way the rule's written, they cannot. I understand both sides of this issue, and it's very, very difficult. I would hope, I think I'm going to vote for this bill, but I'm going to ask us, whoever comes back next year, whoever that may be, that we really take a look at this issue. Maybe there's a way that we can amend what's in the program now to allow exceptions for kids that have financial hardships so that we can meet both goals, to keep kids in school and to meet the needs of those students who really do need and have legitimate reasons for not being able to go to school. But this is a hard one. This is really a hard vote. And I'm going to be voting for the bill, but I hope that we can do our best next year, whoever's back, to take this issue into consideration again and maybe come up with some kind of a meet in the middle ground where we can help all the students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 13th, Dr. Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to vote yes on this bill, and I think we need to make things better for our public and private schoolers. Homeschoolers have it pretty easy on this bill, or even without this bill. We just sign a piece of paper. This will allow our public schoolers and private schoolers to have some of the same freedoms that us homeschoolers have, and I think we need to give that to them. We owe it to them. And why do we have to automatically assume that just because we're going to give license without getting a piece of paper that these children are going to drop out of school automatically? We're just making things easier to get this done. Unfortunately, I had to go through this with 3 of my children getting paperwork from the school system because they were in public school. I thank God I didn't have to do it with my 2 homeschoolers because it wasn't an issue. Let's give the public and private schoolers the same freedoms that homeschoolers have in this issue here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 25th, Delegate Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wish to be added as a sponsor to this bill.
Okay, are there objections to Delegate Painter's name being added as a co-sponsor? No objections are heard. Gentleman's name will be added. Gentleman to 43rd, Delegate Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to be added as a sponsor to the bill.
Are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. Gentleman's name will be added. Gentleman to 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm opposed to the bill because I think what we're doing is we're taking some anecdotal tragic circumstances of children and applying them across the board for everybody and every child that that does not want to stay in school but is only in school because of this particular requirement. I would point out to the body that when they drop out of school next year or the year after, they get a $4,600 voucher payment to the Treasurer's office that they can use on educational expenses of some sort. So we are not only with this one taking out the disincentive for leaving school, we're adding an incentive very soon, a financial incentive to have students drop out of school. And the tragedy is what it does to students who don't graduate from high school. It eliminates their ability to make a decent wage when they are of age. So are we helping a student who has a family tragedy that they need to be working, and we take away their ability to graduate from high school? And not just their ability, but the ability of thousands of other students who are going to drop out because they have not been, because they've been staying in school to keep driving. West Virginia is one of the leading, this was a leading policy in America. You see the numbers from, that the gentleman quoted, from 70-some% to 90, almost a 20% increase after this policy was adopted. And I think that the delegate from Marshall has it right that we need to work on this, not get rid of the policy, but we need to come back and clean it up and make it possible for people to have exemptions when they have special needs. And that's the way we should be approaching it. So if you think that she was correct about that approach, actually I think you should vote against the bill to give us an opportunity to fix the policy in any way that it's difficult for a particular student, as opposed to just sweeping away the whole requirement and turning it into what I would predict thousands of students dropping out of school, claiming the voucher of $4,600 and not wanting to graduate from high school, and just being left in the abyss of poor education and an impoverished lifestyle because they didn't graduate from high school. It's going to be very difficult for them to get any job when they don't have a high school diploma. So are we helping those students by getting rid of this policy because we have some anecdotal concerns about students who very tragically have difficult and almost impossible family situations? I'm very sympathetic. I think there probably should be an exemption for students that actually have to work in order to maintain their families. That makes sense to me. But I don't see that I think it's a hammer approach to get rid of the policy that affects thousands of students who don't have those tragic circumstances and who just don't want to go to school. And they are trapping themselves into a life of poverty and difficulty. I've urged the members to vote against this bill.
Gentleman the 8th, Delegate Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the lady from Marshall. This is a difficult decision to make. I voted for the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mercer yesterday. I do not believe that this is good policy, and I will vote against this piece of legislation. I agree with the gentleman from Kanoa. It's an issue that I believe requires some modification of the current law, but not this drastic a modification. I very seldom take the floor of this House, but in the first year of a 39-year teaching career, I encountered a young man as a sophomore by the name of Harold. Real name. Won't give you his last name. But he had dropped out the year before. And in my classroom, he came back. And some of the kids were really concerned. You know, you're back, you're back. He said, let me tell you how it is. I can't find a job. I dropped out to find a job. I can't find a job. Nobody will hire me because I don't have the high school education. I fully sympathize with the points made by our majority leader. But I believe this bill goes too far, too fast, and I cannot support it today. A study of it might be appropriate for modification of the existing law and the existing rules by the Department of Education. That was almost approaching 40 years ago. I encountered this young man in the first year of my teaching career. I can't find a job. And a job today that requires more and more skills, be it educationally, be it in a vocational school, without at least some training in a vocational school, a high school education at a minimum today, this child is condemned to a pathway of probably never advancing very far in life and will suffer and struggle the rest of their life. I cannot, in good conscience, vote for this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 42nd, Douglas Honaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully request to be added as co-sponsor to the bill. Thank you.
Are there objections? Delegate Honaker should be added as a co-sponsor. Lady 13th, Delegate Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask for unanimous consent to be added to a sponsor to this bill.
Are there objections? If no objections are heard, Delegate Kraus will be added. Gentleman, the second, Delegate DeSario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief here today, and we're pretty good at going around in circles because I wasn't here, but I'm able to talk to people that were here. West Virginia was the first state to implement this. It followed by states all across the country, and we're pretty good at going in circles because now we're going to do away with it. Doesn't make sense to me. If you have circumstances that you need to go to work, make an exemption to the rule. We were leading, now we're turning around, and let's get in the back of the line again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 42nd, Delegate Longenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in my district, I work in a high school that is very rural. We have one high school in my in a county that I partially represent, and I have a lot of students in this high school who drive. Some are D students, some are C students, some have straight A's. And I'm going to say something about these students real quick, but before I do, I just want to respond to some of the things I've heard today in this debate. One thing I've heard is that the increased graduation levels in our state is directly tied to being able to drive. Now, I'm sure that's a factor, that's a consideration, and I'm not sure if any studies have been done to decide whether or not that's the only factor. I can tell you in my high school and in high schools all around this state, we have what's called the options program. Some of you have heard of options. I have students, for whatever reason, they struggle in certain aspects of their public school experience. These students in my district, which is a very rural agricultural district, they work. They go home immediately after school. They don't go home, actually. They pass the house and go out on a farm, and they milk cattle, or they sling hay, or they shovel feces. They work regardless of what their grade is. Mom might be working. Dad may be in jail. They don't have somebody to come pick them up. They need that driver's license. And I think today, and you would ask other people associated with the public school system why this is the case, but today it appears as though a blind squirrel can graduate from school these days. I have students who do very little, and they will still graduate. I don't know why that is, and I may or may not agree with that, but that's not the debate today. The debate is about those kids who are still in school regardless of their grade. They have not chosen to drop out of high school, but they need that driver's license. So I support this bill. I don't need to be on the bill, so I'm not going to ask for that. I just like voting for good legislation.
Gentleman 26, Douglas Evans, is recognized.
When I retired, I was asked to be an attendance director for about 3 hours a day. And I thought, well, that'd be pretty cool. Only problem was I spent all 3 hours on the telephone asking their mom and dads why the kids weren't in school. That was a terrible job. Let's see how this thing works. At age 15, what grade are you in? 9th grade. That's when you apply for your license. I'm trying to think, how many kids drop out at age 15? It's against the law. You can't. Did you? Must change the law by then. You have to do it at 17 now. You apply for that most of them will do it at age 15. Just about all of them do it at age 15. My gosh, wouldn't you? I mean, you applied probably as early as you could. And then they have to have that thing for the provisional driver's license, or the learner's permit, I guess it is, for an entire year. That keeps kids in the classroom. Now, I'm not talking about dropping out. It keeps their butts in a seat. And we're talking about the 15s and the 16s. Well, you know, the 15s for sure. Most of those 16s might, the next week, get their actual license. I got mine right afterwards, I think. But you need to put this in perspective. What age are we talking about? I'm not talking about the 17 and 18-year-old kids that are, you know, we're hearing about with jobs and whatnot. We're talking about the 15-year-olds. Yeah, they can get a work permit. Not many do. I just don't. I think we have a bill here that affects a very, very small number of people. Now, yeah, my kids don't have public transportation down our way, but they get where they got to go. Somehow, they get the ball games on Friday nights and Tuesday nights. They get to practice every day. But majority of them don't drive. I think we're the old adage, much to do about nothing here. For the 15-year-olds is what we're talking about. They go in, they get their little paper, they put their name on it, they bring it back to the principal. Principal says, yeah, they've been in school for X number of days. They meet the requirement, or they don't. And then they say that they're making adequate progress. That's the key. You want them to make progress, don't you? If not, they're going to write about us in the newspaper. They're going to say, oh, the legislature dumbed it down. Here goes the test scores again. Boom. Hey, just put it in perspective. The 15-year-olds. Think about that. It's not these older kids. Heck, they got their license by now because they went to school and they made adequate progress. They did it. It's the 15-year-olds. Pretty simple idea. I'll be with the gentleman from the 27th. Thank you.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 29th, close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's surprising, with the pages I see in the room today, how some of you think so little of our children in this state. As we've described today, we're talking about people that are in a tough situation, that their parents are having to sign off on getting out of school. We're not talking about 15-year-olds. Let's talk about a 15-year-old getting a work permit for starters. They already have to have a letter from the school saying they have satisfactory attendance and grades in order to get a work permit. So that's false, right off the bat. We're talking about what we like to call the privilege of driving in here. I mean, do I need the privilege of walking across the balcony up here? Do we need the privilege to go down the street and go on a walk? We need a privilege to drive? I don't look at that as a privilege, and I don't think a lot of people in our rural communities look at driving as a privilege. It's a necessity. It's a necessity to put food on the table. If you're one of those young adults in that situation that's taking care of younger brothers and sisters, that's taking care of the house while maybe mom and dad have to work a little further away, and you got to have a little bit of extra responsibility, and maybe you're like one of the students that the gentleman from the 43rd mentioned that's trying to hold a life together and get through school and be something in life. I got a lot more faith in 17-year-olds in this state than some of you do. And I'll tell you why. Because when I was 17 years old, I sat down in a recruiter's office and my mom had to sign my contract. Because that's what some of us do in this state. We grit up and we get down and we make it work. And we're taking the ability of kids in this state right now to get down, get grit, and work because maybe the school administrator doesn't feel like they put forth enough effort to be able to support themselves. Now, it's been said that maybe, why do any of us here have a vote if we're just going to let agencies propose all the bills? I mean, I have not read the House rule that says I have to have permission of an agency to propose a bill. I haven't read the first rule that said that. And Mr. Speaker, maybe I'm just not reading accurately. But I think some of the finest policy that's come out of this state in the 4 years that I've been here came from our minds, came from us getting down in a classroom with a group of kids and asking them what their problem was. It came from me going down into Coal City and sitting with my arms on top of a man's truck hood and talking to him about the problems he's got on his street. Because I'll tell you this right now, the bureaucrats in Charleston aren't headed to the classroom to ask these kids what they need and what they want. They're not getting down in the coal mine with the people that are working in your community to figure out what's going to help them. They're not sitting down with that local business owner trying to figure out what it is that's going to make this state more prosperous. It's us. It's our job. We came up with contractor licensing reform that's bringing more new contractors into this state to build the progress that we've been building on for the last 20 years. That personal income tax reduction we passed today, I guarantee you the chairman doesn't have anybody from tax coming down telling him how to put it together.
Gentleman's raised a point of order. Gentleman will state the point.
Yes, can we stick to the bill? He's well beyond the
Gentleman is closing debate on the bill.
I digress. Jobs and Hope didn't come from an agency. Felony expungement didn't come from an agency. Federal non-commandeering of firearms didn't come from an agency. Amending the Constitution to clarify that the legislature controls the impeachment process didn't come from the Supreme Court, I can promise you that. Repealing the ban on nuclear power did not come from an agency. Megan's Law to put training for eating disorders and self-harm into our schools did not come from the Department of Education. It came from one of our members. This is what we do. We make policy in this state. This body makes policy, not an agency, not a bureaucracy. And this is policy that most of us feel and most of us care about, that we feel's right. Now, if you don't feel it's right, you got a red button. But Mr. Speaker, I think this is well thought out. I think it's going to help a lot of our young working kids that are trying to make a way in a tough community, and I urge adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 68 ayes, 25 nays, and 7 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4535, repeal section relating to school attendance and satisfactory academic progress as conditions of licensing for privilege of operation of motor vehicle.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose does Lady number 13 seek recognition? Douglas Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for a moment.
Are there objections? No objections are heard.
I'd like to introduce my beautiful niece up here in the West Gallery, Haley Hess. She is here with her civics class from Capitol High School, and they just got a great civics lessons today, and if the House would make them welcome, I would appreciate it.
Are there further bills on third reading? Bills on second reading?
Committee substitute for House Bill 2257 relating to extended supervision for certain drug offenders.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 30, line 7, by striking the words "of this code" following the word 60A-4-409B1, and on page 1, section 30, line 7, striking the letter S from the word substances.
Question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Gentleman 35th, Douglas Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A lot of work went into the committee substitute that we will hopefully vote on Monday. And upon further review, after it was reported out of the committee, we felt as though the first part of that amendment helped for the bill to read more to the point. And if we had kept it the way it was, we felt as though it could be litigated in court. With all of that being said, we still believe, and I believe, that even if this were not adopted, the bill would do the exact same thing, but it could ultimately find its way to court to be litigated. The second part is absolutely technical, and we're talking about the third S, if any of you were wondering, from substances, which would make that singular and not plural. Urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. There are other bills. There is another amendment? Does the clerk have a second? Another amendment? Clerk will please report the amendment.
Delegate Burkhammer moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 30, line 32, by striking the words 6 months and inserting the words 2 years in lieu thereof.
The question is on adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman in the 46th, Delegate Burkhammer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to give a little context of the bill and what we're doing here. So we're talking about people that are dealing or manufacturing fentanyl on their second offense. We're going to give them extended supervision after they've served that sentence. And that can be at a maximum of 10 years. And now we're saying that it can be at a minimum of 6 months at judge's discretion. I believe that's a little short. And so I'm moving it to that it's a minimum of 2 years. And so we're going to do judge's discretion, a 2 to 10 extended supervision. But I want us to remember what we're talking about here. They have already been charged a second time for manufacturing or delivering, dealing fentanyl, dealing something that is very dangerous, and I believe we need to extend that supervision out. And I also want to talk about the 2 people that this is going to affect. And you're probably going to hear a lot back and forth about these 2 people. Number 1 is the drug dealers. I don't know about you guys, but I have no problem being hard on drug dealers that are peddling fentanyl that is killing our citizens. I think that that is what our job is to do, is to protect the public safety of our residents. And these people are killing our citizens. All right, but the other argument you're going to hear is that we're hurting those struggling with addiction. That's the second person. I don't believe we're hurting them at all. You want to know what the number 1 issue in addiction recovery is? The number 1 problem? Flexibility. These are people that have been charged with peddling drugs. They're utilizing these drugs. They're not making sound judgment. And the more flexibility that we give them as they try to recover creates more problems for them. So we're not hindering anyone. I look at this as accountability as we help them re-enter the workforce after some really bad decisions and a really tough time in their life. I urge adoption.
The question before the House again is on adoption of the amendment. Gentleman 35th, Delegate Capito, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from the 46 remarks, and in fact, I agree with all of them. And this is a major policy decision. You know, I think one of the most sacred things and great things that we do in this building is the committee process. It really is a beautiful thing. And we talk about issues and policy, and we debate it sometimes in a heated manner. But we all come out of committee and we come down here ultimately to make a decision. And in particular, the Committee on the Judiciary, where this bill came out of, does great work. And I'm very proud of the work that that committee does. And I feel strongly as chair of that committee that it is part of my role to defend its recommendation. And so that's why I rise today. But ultimately, the decision is and should be made on this floor. The amendment that was offered in committee initially was a 2-part amendment. And it wanted to essentially give full and plenary discretion to the judge to determine if extended supervision was given after a second offense of fentanyl distribution or a crime related. And I believed that it should not be a question of if. So we divided the amendment to decide first if the judge should have the discretion to do it at all, and second, how long the judge should be able to impose those restrictions. That first part of that amendment failed, and the committee felt strongly, and I feel strongly, that the judge should have no discretion on whether to impose extended supervision for those that have committed a second offense, possession with intent to distribute this poison. So the second part of the amendment was, how long should the minimum be? How long are we going to say that the judge must institute the very bottom of extended supervision? And the committee product that we reported out was 6 months to provide the judge and the county more local idea of what's going on, the opportunity to make that determination, but no less, than 6 months to ensure that re-immersion into society was occurring. So when we talk about these crimes, they're very serious. And I'll stand and defend bills day after day that crack down on fentanyl. And I will stand and defend this bill on Monday and urge passage of it regardless of whether this amendment is adopted or not. Under the crimes in this bill, if you're charged the first time, you're looking at a 1 to 15. Come out, you're charged the second time with the same crime, judge has the discretion to impose enhanced sentencing. So you're potentially looking at a 2 to 30. So depending on how long you serve that second sentence, you're going to serve your parole. But we didn't feel like that was enough. And in cases of fentanyl, I don't either. We need further supervision, and that's what this bill does. So only after all of that are we going to impose supervised release. The gentleman from the 46th did make a good point that this could help certain individuals re-immerse into society. But my genuine hope is that this bill gets the big boys, because that's who I want out of our state. They're the ones that are causing the addiction. They're the ones that are causing people to be back in our systems. So I think this is aimed at the big boys. Are we going to catch some? Are some people using, or excuse me, are some people selling because they're addicted? Absolutely. And that's why we're providing discretion here on the bottom side. As I said before, this is a really good bill. It's a good bill, and we had it last year, and we sharpened it with the committee substitute. And I'll repeat, regardless of whether this is adopted, this is a major policy shift and a positive one in cracking down on the fentanyl problem in West Virginia. And I think it's a good bill that the committee made better, and that's why I'll be voting against the amendment.
Is there debate on the amendment? If not, the question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Chair is uncertain. Those in favor, please raise one hand. Roll call. Roll call. Roll call is demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 36 ayes, 53 nays, 11 members absent, less than a majority in favor. The chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Are there other bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2598, modifying the inspection requirements and the definition of an above-ground storage tank.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3122, repealing or relating to the establishment and operation of regional water, wastewater, and stormwater authorities.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4004, relating to limiting an abortion to 15 weeks gestation.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4005, relating to fetal body parts.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4008, relating to Higher Education Policy Commission funding formula.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4087, allowing variance in state fire code for certain buildings used solely for emergency equipment storage.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4126, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate legislative rules.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4262, relating to licensure for polygraph examiners.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4282, relating to establishing next generation 911 services in this state.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4307, increase some benefits payable from Crime Victims Compensation Fund.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4396, reducing federal adjusted gross income relating to tolls for travel on West Virginia toll roads paid electronically.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4410, specifying allocation, apportionment, and treatment of income flow-through entities.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4418, relating to the Small Business Supplier Certification Assistance.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4461, relating to the consolidation of all administrative fees collected by the agency into the existing Tax Administration Services Fund.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4484, declaring certain claims against agencies of the state to be moral obligations of the state.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues Horst, Clark, Dean, I'm trying to think who else. And Ellington.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? No objections are heard. Leaves of absence will be granted. Introductions. Introductions, miscellaneous business. Gentleman of the 11th, Doug Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from the 34th, Delegate Boggs, and the 13th, Delegate Pinson, on the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 23 be recorded and printed in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? Okay, no objections are heard. The gentleman of the 50th, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the prayer by the gentleman from the 35th be recorded in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. The gentleman of the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that the remarks by all members on House Bill 4007 on final passage be included in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. Other miscellaneous business? Other miscellaneous business? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday, February 14th.
Are there announcements?
Yes.
Lady in the 49th.
Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 on Monday, February 14th, behind the chamber.
June 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet Monday, February 14th, 9 a.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The agenda will be posted. Also, for members of the Judiciary Committee, lunch will be provided immediately following adjournment.
Chairman of the 51st, Doug Stowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet Monday, February the 14th at 3 p.m. in the Education Committee Room. The agenda will be posted.
Chairman of the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet Monday, February 14th at 3 p.m. in the Government Organization Committee Room, and your agenda is posted.
Chairman of the 31st, Doug Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will meet Monday, February 14th at 1 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room, and the agenda will be posted.
Chairman of the 22nd, Doug Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet Monday, February the 14th at 1 o'clock in the Government Organization Meeting Room. Thank you.
Gentleman of the 11th, Dr. Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your newly appointed Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification will meet at 5 p.m. on Monday in the House Finance Committee Room. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman of the 27th, Dr. Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Pensions and Retirements will meet Monday at 1 p.m. in the House Finance Committee Room. Agenda is posted.
Gentleman from 36, Doug Barrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to say I believe for the first time since this session started, we don't have a major winter system making its way through the area this weekend. We can all celebrate that. Today, when you're driving home, we might have some rain coming in late, probably after most of you get home. You might have to fight the wheel a little bit with some wind this afternoon. Sunday coming back, we might have a little snow early, should have problems sticking, so you should be fine. Might have a few flurries. That's about it. I hope you all have a wonderful Super Bowl, and we'll meet again here. I hope to see you all here safely again, drive safely on Monday, Valentine's Day, where we can once again share the love. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Lady 51st, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to invite my colleagues to the lower rotunda. There is a Crown rally. This is the hair discrimination bill that we've been entering into both the House and the Senate for going on 3 years now. So please engage with those individuals and see why the Crown Act is so important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question before the House is the motion that the House stand adjourned at 11 a.m. Monday. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House is adjourned at 11 a.m. Monday.
Hello, everyone. It's Friday, February the 11th. We've lost an additional 53 people in West Virginia. Again, over and over, I ask for your prayers, and I ask you to reach out to these folks because they're hurting. These families, all these people's loved ones are hurting, so please reach out. The 5,940th death is an 88-year-old female from Morgan County. The 5,941st death is a 76-year-old female from Summers County. The 5,942nd death is a 65-year-old female from Harrison County. The 5,943rd death is a 65-year-old male from Ritchie County. The 5,944th death is a 78-year-old male from Monroe County. The 5,945th death is a 79-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 5,946th death is a 94-year-old female from Marshall County. The 5,947th death, a 73-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 5,948th death, a 51-year-old female from Jackson County. The 5,949th death, a 46-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 5,950th death, a 74-year-old male from Monongalia County. The 5,951st death, a 56-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 5,952nd death, a 74-year-old male from Wood County. The 5,953rd death, an 85-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 5,954th death in West Virginia is a 100-year-old, bless her heart, female from Raleigh County. The 5,955th death is a 74-year-old male from Jackson County. The 5,956th death is a 59-year-old female from Cabell County. The 5,957th death, an 80-year-old female from Monongalia County. The 5,958th death, an 80-year-old female from Jackson County. The 5,959th death, a 44-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 5,960th death, a 43-year-old female from Fayette County. The 5,961st death, a 45-year-old female from Monongalia County. That's a shame. The 5,962nd death, a 65-year-old female from Monongalia County. The 5,963rd death, a 43-year-old male from Monroe County. That's 4 40-year-olds back to back almost. The 5,964th death, an 89-year-old male from Preston County. The 5,965th death, a 63-year-old male from Monongalia County. The 5,966th death, an 80-year-old female from Cabell County. The 5,967th death, a 73-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 5,968th death, a 98-year-old female from Mason County. The 5,969th death, a 64-year-old female from Marion County. The 5,970th death, a 69-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 5,971st death, a 63-year-old male from Nicholas County. The 5,972nd death, a 94-year-old male from Harrison County. The 5,973rd death, a 60-year-old female from Hardy County. The 5,974th death, an 82-year-old male from Preston County. The 5,975th death, a 64-year-old female from Fayette County. The 5,976th death, a 59-year-old female from Mineral County. The 5,977th death, a 50-year-old male from Lincoln County. The 5,978th death, an 81-year-old male from Mercer County. The 5,979th death, a 60-year-old male from Hardy County. The 5,980th death, a 79-year-old female from Wood County. The 5,981st death, a 75-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 5,982nd death, an 82-year-old female from Braxton County. The 5,983rd death, a 90-year-old female from Mingo County. The 5,984th death, a 66-year-old male from Harrison County. The 5,985th death, a 51-year-old female from Morgan County. The 5,986th death of 67-year-old male from Fayette County. The 5,987th death of 68-year-old female from Hancock County. The 5,988th death of 92-year-old female from Wood County. The 5,989th death of an 80-year-old male from Marshall County. The 5,990th death of an 86-year-old female from Monongalia County. The 5,991st death of an 88-year-old male from Braxton County. The 5,992nd death, 39-year-old female from Kanawha County. I could have done without that one. Again, 5,992 people have died in West Virginia. Please keep them in your prayers. Good people, great wisdom. Active cases, 8,076, that's better. 2,121 new positive cases. That's terrible, but it's still better, I think. Our daily positivity rate is 11.46. Our cumulative rate is at 8.32. Our recovered cases are approaching 460,000. We have 884 now hospitalized. We've dropped down under 200 in the ICU units with 197 and 106 that are still on ventilators. Our red counties are still coming down. We only have 2 red counties now. You know, all indications are this thing is getting a little better. Special thanks to our National Guard, 326 Guard members that are deployed now at 36 facilities. You can get your home test for free home test, and you can get them at covidtest.gov. You can also get 3 free N95 masks per person and everything if you'll go to your local pharmacies. We've told you a bunch about the antibodies being discontinued, and there are some antibodies that are still available, 1 brand and 2 oral pills that will work for the Omicron variant, and we can get you those and everything. We're still tight on supply, but we need to get you tested as quickly as possible, especially if you're over 65. We may be able to get you those antibodies and save your life. You know, the rental assistance program, Erica Balgus is with us today, and she's going to talk with us about this. There's no point in me going through it. I've told you 1,000 times, if you're a renter or a landlord, contact us. But Erica, if you'll come on and talk to us, that'd be really good.
Thank you, Governor. I'm excited to be here and be able to talk about this program a bit today. The program, the Mountaineer Rental Assistance Program, is a federal program designed to help renters at and below 80% of area median income that have been affected by the COVID pandemic. The program can cover past due rents, current rent, even future rents for up to 18 months of assistance. You don't have to be behind on your rent to get help. You just have to have a COVID hardship and meet the income parameters. It also covers utility bills for an 18-month period of time. And if you're homeless or between rental units, we can help you with those initial security deposits and first months of rental payments for those units. There's a $300 internet stipend available. Payments into this program do go either directly to the landlord or the utility company. And the program really does help keep families in their homes, and it does help our landlords maintain their rental income and their livelihood. Now, after you submit your application, I want to be clear about what to expect. We're getting about 100 applications a day in this program. And once a caseworker is assigned an application, it probably takes about a week to process the application if all the paperwork is in order. We want to encourage everybody that's applying to check out our website and look for the list of documents they have. It makes the application process go very quickly. And getting all that information up front is key. And then let your landlord know that you've applied, because we'll be reaching out to the landlords as well to help coordinate the information and getting the payments to them. And understand that each and every application is looked at for all eligibility criteria and the documentation. But once the applications are in here, we're seeing that 96% of the applicants are receiving funding. To date, we've spent $53.7 million, helping almost 13,000 households for an average of $4,100 per household, and that money is tax-free to the renters. Also, our applicants have the ability to go online and check their application status, as well as send messages to their caseworkers. Now, the Mountaineer Rental Assistance Program is challenging, and we acknowledge that there is frustration with the wait time on getting these applications processed, and we need to be faster. Right now, we have 100 caseworkers that are working every day to process applications. We've added 5 more this week and intend to add additional processors. And I completely agree with the governor's comments from the briefing on Wednesday that, you know, we need to do better about getting those processed faster, and we're going to be continuing to make changes in our program to allow us to do that. And I also want to address another question that came up during the briefing on Wednesday as about the funding recapture. This federal program is overseen by the U.S. Treasury. And when it was first approved, West Virginia received $200 million of allocation in what they called the small state minimum. And the state allocations were not based on any kind of assessment of renter need at that time. I know they were, you know, in a hurry to get money out on the street and didn't do a deep dive analysis. Now, West Virginia has the highest home ownership rate in the country, and even our renter populations, not all of them are eligible due to their income levels. So it became evident very early on that some states under this program got way more money than they needed, while other states didn't get the money that they did need. So the U.S. Treasury has developed a method to rebalance funds amongst states. And you're seeing things happen like low renter states like West Virginia, their funding is getting reallocated to states like New York and California that have a very high renter percentage. Just this morning, I saw an article there. The state of New York has about $800 per renter to spend. Wyoming had $5,000. And here in West Virginia, again, it's $4,100. So Treasury is very interested in redistributing this money. They've just completed their second round of recapture funding. And to date, West Virginia has had $42 million recaptured. But West Virginia is not alone in this. After the first recapture round, we know South Dakota gave back $21 million. Idaho gave back 33. Even Ohio, which is a bigger population state compared to us, gave back 3.7 million at that time. And I know that in the second round, Alabama gave back $42 million. So we know Treasury has 2 more recapture rounds that they're planning to do, and many states are facing this significant recapture of funding. Looking at the way they calculate this, again, just our low population and low renter population, at the test dates that they're looking at to determine the recapture, if we had funded every single application in our pipeline, we still would not meet those thresholds. So coming back to the beginning of this, what's important is for us to preserve this funding, we need every eligible renter in the state to apply. So we really need the word spread around and tell everybody you know to get an application in for the program.
Okay, Erica, thank you so much. And let me just follow up on this just one second. How many days have I come in here and gone through the rental assistance program? Day after day after day after day. At the time I started, we had 46 of the 200 million that had gone out to renters and or landlords. These are dollars that come to our state, and if we can legitimately qualify people by all the rules and everything, these are dollars that will create multiplier effect dollars within our state, and they will just bring more and more and more opportunity and goodness to our state. Plus, first and foremost, really genuinely helping people that really are in need. Now, with all of that, I don't know why in the world we don't have everyone on board helping us get the word every direction we can possibly get the word to everybody, whether it be participation from the media, participation from our legislature, participation from any and everybody. All I can do is come right here in front of you over and over and over for weeks and months, and I have said over and over, we need, these dollars are available for West Virginians that are in need. These dollars are available to perpetuate our economy in even a greater way. I mean, why are we not all on board with trying to help get the word to everybody to see if they're qualified or not qualified? And there is a bunch of people out there that still don't know. I will promise you to God above, there is still a bunch of people out there that are really, genuinely, really hurting that we can really help. So we all need to pull the rope. We all need to help, Erica and all the good people that are trying to get this accomplished and everything. And it's great opportunity for West Virginia and great opportunity to help a lot of people that, like I said over and over, are really hurting. Back on COVID stuff and everything, 65 and older, that reminder that I always tell people about, if you have any symptoms at all, absolutely you need to go get tested. We'll try every way in the world to get you the antibodies that we have available to you at this time, and absolutely we'll have a real leg up on the entire program if we can get you tested early enough. I've told you over and over about wearing a face mask and everything and going in a crowd of people indoors, it's people that you don't know. If you're 65 and older and you have issues, health issues, lung, heart, diabetes, overweight, whatever it may be, these are the people that this disease is absolutely killing, right and left. You may want to really consider wearing that face mask. I've told you about the booster shots. I'm not going to go through that again. I feel like I've just beaten a dead horse here. I don't know why in the world you're not getting your booster shots as fast as you should be. Our numbers are getting a little better. They're not getting better anywhere close to the magnitude of how fast we'd like to see that done, but they are a little better. We have now crossed 400,000 that have gotten their booster shot. We are absolutely inching closer and closer. Everything. We finally got to 71% of the 18 and older. We're at 71.1 now. Absolutely. Every day it gets a little teeny bit better. That makes us absolutely still continue to try. COVID vaccine info lines all up on our website. All the free testing stuff's up. We got 159 long-term care facility outbreaks. We have none in our church communities. That's good. That's great stuff. We have dropped way down on our inmate cases. We're at 646, 24 facilities, 122 staff cases. I remind you over and over about giving blood. Just one second, please. Our Jump Start program is out there, and you can now apply, and that is a program that you're going to get an additional $1,500, if we can get you a job, and you can get on a job for a minimum of 8 weeks, and hopefully you'll get back into the system and everything, and know your contribution to our employers is really important, and hopefully we'll continue to significantly lower our already record level low unemployment rate. I want to send out super well wishes to Shelley Capito, a great senator that we have, and she has now been tested positive for COVID. I'm sure that Shelley will be fine and dandy and everything. She's a great friend, an incredible senator. We are saying our prayers that everything will go well, and Kathy and I have been friends of Charlie and Shelley forever and a day, and so great people and incredible servants to this great state and our great nation. So Shelley, get well and get well soon. Many prayers and best wishes. Our letter to the CMS administrator asking for a waiver with Governor Youngkin from Virginia, is starting to gain a little more traction. Senator Manchin jumped in and helped, and we have basically a statement now that Administrator Brooks LaSure, I think, told me that the goal of CMS is to help hospitals and help them be staffed and not kick them out of Medicaid programs. And all this is according to what Senator Manchin is saying. She assured Senator Manchin that these facilities will not be kicked out of the Medicaid program if their entire staff isn't fully vaccinated, as long as the facilities are continuing to make a good faith effort to vaccinate staff and implement best safety practices. So it sounds to me like she's given a statement to our Senator Manchin, and in response to Governor Youngkin and my letter that basically is saying, now hold on, everybody hold on. We're not going to kick anybody out of the Medicaid, the Medicare programs, and absolutely, as long as they keep trying and they keep trying to implement good safety practices, we're okay. Well, it sounds like a backup big time, but we'll take it. And so we got to do everything we can do to assure the fact that our rural hospitals are still up and running, and God forbid we'd have to end up shutting something down. We had another wonderful announcement. Omnis, just announced that they're going to build, and this is the fourth, I guess, major announcement. For crying out loud, they're getting to be so many because people are wanting to come to West Virginia, aren't they? They've got a great big cheerleader right here and a lot of people that are pulling the rope and everything, and they see lots and lots of goodness happening within this state, and we have turned this state around. Absolutely, without any question whatsoever, this state is cooking and cooking in a really positive way. But this announcement is the Omnis Building Technologies, and they're coming to Bluefield, West Virginia. They're going to build a 150,000 square foot facility at a cost of $40 million, and they're going to they're basically, a provider of a revolutionized futuristic, components to be able to put up, housing that is affordable to our people and everything. They're going to create 150 to 300 jobs in the process. I mean, it is absolutely, it's just, I don't want you to become numb to the big fish that we're catching over and over and over. I don't want you to become that, but daggone if it isn't great stuff that's happening in West Virginia over and over. We're just going to keep piling them up. We're just going to keep piling them up and giving opportunity after opportunity, and it's going to bring more folks to West Virginia as well. Here's something that we want to pass on our honor, our respects in every way, and I'm going to read every bit of this and everything. But there's been a missing World War II soldier that has been found, returned home, and we pass on all the honor in every way. And let me just read this. The Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency announced this week that the U.S. Army Air Force's First Lieutenant Richard Horrigan, age 24, of Chester, West Virginia, who was killed during World War II, was accounted for on August the 19th, 2021. In April of 1945, Horrigan was a pilot with the 22nd Fighter Squadron, 36th Fighter Group, 9th Air Force that was serving in Germany. He was a part of an armed reconnaissance mission piloting a P-47D Thunderbolt fighter. Can you imagine? 24 years old. Look at that young man and think what he gave all of us. Just really and truly. I've said it over and over and over. These people we owe everything to. 24 years old. And he is piloting a P-47D Thunderbolt fighter. He crashed due to anti-aircraft fire, and his wingman witnessed the crash. But because the airfield was way behind enemy lines, his body could not be recovered. You know, it goes on and on to tell us that in March of 2017, an investigation team returned to the site and located what they believed to be his aircraft. They recovered material evidence and possible remains that were initially transferred to the police in Germany before they were being sent to a laboratory at one of our Air Force bases in Nebraska for analysis. And in August of 2021, he absolutely was brought home, or confirmed and brought back home. Now, this wonderful, wonderful young man, Richard, and I hope I'm pronouncing his last name right, in Oregon, but Richard, you know, Richard will be buried in his hometown of Chester, West Virginia, and the date hasn't been determined yet. Please, please, just take to heart what they gave to us. Everything, every single thing. Two more announcements. You know, there's a wind farm. The Clearway Wind Farm is now operational. You know, it is another absolute wonderful, wonderful business opportunity that has come to West Virginia. You know, they announced that it has now reached commercial operations on their Black Rock 115 megawatt wind farm that spans West Virginia's Grant and Mineral counties. And, you know, I want to make sure that I get all this right, but I announced this project with their CEO, Craig Cornelius, back in January of 2021. Of course, many congratulations to Clearway. We absolutely just, you know, don't want to ever forget all the great jobs, whether it be gas workers or coal workers, but we want to embrace our alternative energies, and we absolutely want to know that we're a state that embraces all. There's places at the table for all of us and everything, and so this is good stuff, and just another great announcement, you know, for the state of West Virginia, and we're really, really, really happy, you know, because there are BlackRock is contracted under long-term power purchase agreements with customers like Toyota Motor from North America, and as well as the AEP. So we thank them in every way. Okay, here's another announcement, and you know, gosh, it's just unbelievable. But yesterday I announced the state of West Virginia has been named to the Forbes list of America's best employers. Think about it. Think about all the different employers all across this incredible country. There were two states that had state employees that that made this list. Two states, West Virginia, one of them, as an absolute great employer. So we absolutely, you know, salute all the great stuff that our people, our employees within state government have done. They have, without question, they have run to the fire over and over and over, and I've asked them upteen times to do so. They've done so with a willingness and a courage beyond belief, and we thank them, and now they're being honored as West Virginia was one of only 2 states to crack their list of the top 250 in the nation. It is, you know, it is incredible. It is just incredible, all the great work that our state employees do every day. And also this week, of all things, Harper's Ferry was named one of the 30 most charming small town downtowns in America by HGTV. Harper's Ferry, without any questions, has incredible history and a beautiful, beautiful place. And the town is, you know, just right there on the Potomac, Shenandoah rivers, and you know, we just with all kinds of phenomenal Civil War history and on and on and on. But I don't, you know, I mean, all I can do is, you know, for crying out loud, is just keep bringing them one right after another. I love it beyond belief, and you know, the biggest thing that I love is we just continue to kind of just rub it in the face of the people that were the doubters over and over and over that West Virginia could do it. And we have proven that we can not only do it, but we're absolutely doing it. You know, I want to extend again to everyone, over the weekend we're going to have the Super Bowl. It is an incredible tradition. I want to caution everybody, you know, take it easy and don't get overserved. Surely don't get out in the vehicle. Enjoy your parties and everything. I hope to goodness that you'll err on the side of caution in lots of different ways. I hope that that you'll know that Baby Dogs got this nailed at 30-28 Cincinnati. So nevertheless, have fun, but be careful and enjoy the day. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Good morning, or I guess good afternoon. And following up with what the governor said, we continue to see reduction in the number of cases and hospitalizations here in West Virginia from the most recent Omicron variant induced outbreak and surge. We do, however, as the governor does every press brief, still see people who are dying of COVID-19, and we know that these deaths are preventable. In the United States, we've had 4 straight days of over 3,000 deaths in a day, which far exceeds the peak of the Delta variant induced death rate. And so we know that the Omicron variant is still nothing to mess around with. And as we've said before, certainly the governor would testify to this as not just a no big deal type of infection. And we also are finding out more about the impact of COVID long term. And we know that, for instance, heart disease, a recent study came out looking at 150,000 people in the VA system and compared it to millions of other people that did not have COVID infections in the VA system, and found the risk of heart disease at a year after their infection with COVID-19 is really shockingly high. And in fact, there is a comment by a very famous cardiologist that said that maybe the infection with COVID, even mild infection, may be the greatest risk factor right now we have for heart disease and strokes a year after COVID infection. And we see some of the same work come out with brain disease. And another study result came out from England that demonstrated the utility of a booster shot versus 2 shots, particularly with the Omicron variant. And they found for people over 50 years old that about 3 months after the first 2 doses, that the protection against death from Omicron went down to 59% of the peak. And a 3rd dose brought that back up to 95% protection. And for hospitalizations 3 months after Omicron, 2 doses of vaccination fell to, in over 50-year-olds, fell to about 39%. And the 3rd dose brought that back up to 90%. So Jordan, can you put up the graphic, please? So we want everybody to really focus in on this slide if we can. And this is really talking about the majority of our population, particularly our population over 50 years old with normal immune systems. That everybody with normal immune systems and who's eligible, but particularly people over 50, should have received their first and second shots 3 to 4 weeks apart, depending on which vaccine you took. And then at least 5 months later should get boosted, get the booster shot, the third dose. Now, if you're immunocompromised or if you had a Johnson & Johnson shot, the things are a little bit different, but we won't confuse the messaging here. As I just said, getting the booster shot plays a really critical role in protecting folks who are in that higher age category. In our state, over 50, in England, over 60, protects people from death and from hospitalization. And as we've talked about, we still have a probably 2-week window or so where we're very likely to see deaths go up after the cases have gone down and now the hospitalizations are starting to drop. So really important for all West Virginians to follow this, but particularly people that are over 50 years old, that are our highest risk category, of which only about 53% of people who are eligible have been boosted at this point. So please enjoy the weekend and the Super Bowl. Congratulations to the state for its status as a great employer. But we hope all of our citizens who are listening, please go get that third shot if you haven't already.
All right, thank you, Dr. Marsh. Next, we'll go to Secretary Bill Crouch with the DHHR.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to provide a little update with regard to the dashboard. This is not readily apparent to folks, but it does make a little change to the numbers. We want to make sure we're totally transparent with what we provide and what we show you. As we've reported before, on January 5th, the CDC expanded the age for booster shots for the Pfizer vaccine for the 12 to 17-year-olds. Subsequent to that, they changed the booster doses from 6 months to 5 months for Pfizer, and then subsequent to that, they changed the booster doses from 6 months to 5 months for Moderna. So our folks have been working hard to try to keep up with all these changes that get pushed out. Those changes have now been made. The data has been verified. So we added about 10,000 booster shots to the dashboard this morning. That's not enough. As the governor says over and over again, please get boosted. It is critical to provide the protection you need right now. So again, we'll want to be very transparent in terms of what we're showing you and what we push out. And I want to thank our dashboard team, who just does an incredible job trying to keep up to date with all of this. So thank you. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, Secretary. Dr. Inamjad is also joining us today and is available for questions. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Thanks for bringing on Director Bogus, Governor. Not much blame, I don't think, was thrown at you for the rental assistance problems. You've been pretty consistent in every briefing, as you said, to let people know about it. But I had some questions for Director Bogus, if she's still with us. Director, how much, when did you guys decide to expand your staffing once this money got here and you didn't rely only on staffing and agencies, but actually hire more people? How long was that gap? What's the average wait time right now for somebody who issues an application? I've still heard it several weeks. And yes, you are absolutely correct that West Virginia has high home ownership. We're about 9% below the national average on rentals, but we still have more than 120, 130,000 renters. And there's estimates that up to a third of those, or maybe even more, are behind on their assistance. So what's the plan to get the word out to them more aggressively to get them to apply so we don't lose any more money than the $3.3 million we've already surrendered back to the feds? And finally, do you blame the slowness on people not applying, or were there problems within the agency that you guys should have fixed earlier and been more on the ball, or was it a combination of both? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try to remember everything you asked me there. So getting out more assistance, that's the key thing. I can't thank the governor enough for bringing this up in his briefings like he has. You know, when the governor talks, people listen. But we're going to start next week. We're opening a whole nother statewide television ad campaign. We're going to be advertising on the state basketball tournament radios coming up, radio broadcasts that'll be in the tournaments here really soon. We're doing social media advertising. The governor's office is helping us with some other ways of communicating this. And I would just tell any agency out there, any media outlet that's listening to this, we're happy to provide you with any information to help us get this word out. I think that is part of the reason that I keep hearing that people don't know about it. We'll get a call, we'll get something on Facebook. I hadn't heard about this yet. So I think it's just key that everybody spread the word. You know, I would certainly appreciate, Kenny, your outlet, you know, letting people know that this program is here. And you talked about staffing early on here in your question. When this program was first initiated, it was only a 9-month program. And we initially thought, you know, we'll handle that internally. And then when that was extended, and then there was a second pot of money made available for rental assistance, that's when we started bringing on a contractor to help us staff this up and get all of the processors that we were going to need to do this on what's still a pretty short-term time frame across the board. And I don't think I've answered all your questions in there, though.
Well, thank you, Kenny. Next, we'll go to Jess Mancini with Ogden Newspapers. Jess, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Jose got a face for radio and a voice for newspapers, I guess. To the governor, how do you interpret Manchin's statement yesterday? Do you take that to mean that perhaps federal government may ease some of the mandates on getting a vaccination if you're in the healthcare system? And second, with the cases going down and maybe things plateauing, is the fourth booster shot as important as it was, say, like a month ago, or are you still pushing the government to allow us to do the fourth shot? Thank you.
Well, just give me just 1 second and let me find where I can read you exactly what Senator Manchin's statement was. It said, and this is a quote from Senator Manchin, Administrator Brooks LaSure told me that the goal of CMS is to help hospitals get their staff vaccinated, not kick them out of the Medicare program. Manchin said. She also said she assured me that facilities will not be kicked out of the Medicare program if their entire staff isn't fully vaccinated, as long as the facilities are making a good faith effort to vaccinate staff and implement best safety practices. Now, the only way that I can think of that is just this. And again, we'll take any of the help we can take, you know, and or we can get. But nevertheless, you know, President Biden ran out and said, you know, by dog, if you don't get vaccinated, you know, the employers have the right then to terminate you. And then, really and truly, the Supreme Court stood pretty staunch there. And now we have a situation, do we not, to where we're about to lose our hospitals in rural West Virginia and Virginia. And with all of that, we've asked for some level of waiver. And Senator Manchin's been good enough to jump in and weigh in, and now you've got exactly, and you know, I mean, you guys know me, I don't blow smoke at anybody. I don't have time for it in my life. I just try to tell you the truth as best I know it. This is backing up and doing what they should have done in the first place. That's all right. That's exactly my read. My read is saying, now look, you know, we're not going to kick anybody out of the Medicare programs. We're not going to do that to any of the hospitals. What we really want you to do is just try real hard. And if you just try real hard and tell us you're trying real hard, we'll leave you alone. That's basically what they're saying. That's what they're doing. Now, there was another part of the question. I think Dr. Marsh maybe could have to take that because, you know, that's not in my area.
Well, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Jess. So the second question was, are we still pursuing the additional booster dose, the fourth dose, for people that have normal immune systems? And I would say we certainly are still very interested in being the equivalent of what Israel's done for the world to do for the United States and to be able to test that. We know in our own hospitals, despite some of our numbers coming down, we are still, you know, well over 850 people in West Virginia hospital beds. And we know that over 30% have been vaccinated in the hospital, about 25% in the ICU, and about 20% on ventilators. We don't know if those people have all been given that third dose that we talked about with the graphic earlier. But we do know from lots of data from lots of places, from Israel, where they saw a threefold protection and hospitalization for Israelis over 60 years old who got that additional boost dose. And they gave it 3 months after the first boost dose. That's a total of 4 vaccines. And we know from the United Kingdom that there is a waning of the potency of the vaccines in about 3 months for the Omicron variant. So yes, we would be interested in being that place that could test that strategy, particularly on our elder population, who is the group who is most likely to be hospitalized and to die. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jess. Next to Mark Cram with WDVM.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon to all on this briefing. Unfortunately, it looks like next week, West Virginia will top 6,000 deaths. We're also now starting to hear the term endemic rather than a pandemic to be used in some states, some hospitals, and so forth. Is West Virginia approaching an endemic status? And if so, what exactly does this mean? And I trust this is not a signal for us to let our guard down. Thanks again for your time.
No, Mark, thank you always. Maybe Dr. Marsh, I'm sorry, Dr. Amjad, we haven't heard from you and everything. Maybe you could weigh in on that.
Yes, Governor. Good morning, Mark. I don't know if West Virginia is there yet. You know, West Virginia tends to lag a couple of weeks behind the other states. I mean, I know we've heard, I'll use New York for an example. I think they're getting away from their indoor mask mandates, and a lot of other states. But that word has been tossed around a lot. I think West Virginia is still a little behind as far as our vaccines and booster shots go. So I tend to not use that word yet, but I think a lot of people would like to get to that point yet. But our hospital numbers are still high right now. So I would tend not to use that, at least for us right now, because we tend to lag a couple of weeks behind the other states. So I would still be a little cautious for our state right now at this point.
Let me add just a little bit to this, okay, Mark. But you know, Mark, if you just think about states like Dr. Amjad just mentioned, New York, California, whatever, and they're starting to pull back and, you know, on their requirements of, you know, showing your vaccination cards, you know, if you're going into the theater or whatever it may be, or mask, you know, on, you know, indoor dining or indoor places of business or whatever it may be. You know, it is so easy, really and truly. And my message to West Virginians is just this, is, you know, we have lagged behind on the deaths or hospitalizations or whatever like that, which is great. You know, if there's anything we want to lag behind on, that's what that's been really good. But my message to West Virginians is just this. All the data that's coming now is telling us that this terrible killer's with us, and just maybe the mask may not be helping much at all, hardly. And really and truly, but we do know one thing for certain. 53 people died since the last time we were here on Wednesday. And absolutely, you don't need to be one of these 53. We know that for certain. You know, I'm a numbers guy. We know these people died. And we know without any doubt that there's going to be more people that are going to continue to die. And I want you, West Virginians, to enjoy your life. I don't want you to have to walk around with a mask on your face or scared to death and wondering what's going to happen next. And what's the ticket to be able to do that? The ticket is really simple, and that's the vaccinations. Absolutely, I want you to enjoy your life. The booster makes all the sense in the world. Our best medical people on the planet are telling you, enjoy your life. Get away from this mask and all this terrible stuff that we've been through. Get away from the anxiety. And your ticket to be able to do that is absolutely to be vaccinated. Now, it's not a guarantee that you're not going to get some level of positive COVID test and have COVID. But it is almost going to guarantee you that you're not going to end up on this list. And if you're not going to end up on this list, or you're not going to be in the hospital, and it's a 96% guarantee maybe of not being in the hospital, and I could be misspeaking numbers, but I'm not far off. So if absolutely you're not going to end up dying, you're not going to end up in the hospital, if you're able to get vaccinated or boosted, why not get vaccinated and boosted and enjoy your life? Why not get away from all this crazy stuff that we've had to go through? All the anxiety, all the mask, all the stuff. Why not get away from that and enjoy life? And so, Mark, that would be my thing. Endemic, pandemic, whatever it may be, that would be my thing. My whole message to West Virginians is we have an opportunity to enjoy life. Go on about our lives and everything. We got a real ticket to be able to do that. If we don't opt that way, more people are going to die no matter what. No matter what. More people are going to die. Don't end up on the list. That's all I got.
All right, thanks, Mark. Next to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. I was wondering if we could get some more information about our Omicron 2 subvariant. Have we identified any more cases in West Virginia, and do we have any more information that indicates this is going to be a problem going forward? Thank you.
Dr. Marsh, please.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Charles. Charles, we've identified very, very few cases of the second variant from Omicron, the BA.2, the so-called stealth variant. And if we look around the country, although about half of the states in our country have reported cases of this second variant of Omicron, it really has not made much progress in the U.S. Versus the BA.1 version, which is the original variant of Omicron that is now accounting for over 95% of cases in the U.S. and certainly in West Virginia is accounting for virtually all of our cases. So it doesn't look like that the second variant of Omicron, at least at this point, is going to be something for us to worry about. And that is likely because immunity to the original Omicron variant and immunizations with appropriate boosters are very effective against Omicron infection. And so that ability to stop the Omicron virus is I think, important because of that cross-referencing to the second subvariant of Omicron. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Charles. Next to Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. Got a question for Dr. Marsh, something that has been bothering me since the antibodies have become ineffective. A group of them have become ineffective. Is that an indication that the virus has mutated to a point that our treatments are questionable into the future? Or is this just a one-shot deal with Omicron that these antibodies won't work? And do you have any concerns about that? Thank you.
Okay, Doc.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Paul. So we know that the Omicron virus is constantly mutating or making genetic mistakes when it replicates because it's not very precise in its ability to replicate. So this is just a natural function of Omicron. When those genetic mutations or changes add up to make the virus more infectious, to make it stronger, then we call it a variant. So we anticipate, Paul, much as we've seen through the whole pandemic, that the virus will continue to try to adapt to anything we do to treat it, just like bacteria get resistance to certain antibiotics if we use those frequently. So the reason why it's so important, as the governor has said, for people to get not only vaccinated, but boosted is because we need to have people act as firewalls so the spread of the virus gets stopped at a person-to-person level, at a community-to-community level, because the more people that get infected who are not immunologically able to serve as a firewall that allow the virus to continue to replicate and make mistakes, the more likely we will to end up with other variants. So in fact, that change with the two different antibody cocktails, one from Regeneron and one from Lilly, that worked against the Delta variant, not working so well against the Omicron variant, and now the new antibody cocktail that we have, or antibody that we have, Sotrovimab from GlaxoSmithKline, does work against that, is really, to me, just a natural reflection of what we anticipate will continue to happen until we have enough immunity to stop the spread of the virus, to stop the replication and infection of people that give rise to these mutations and variants. So I'm not worried about this. This is just part of the deal. But what we are worried about is the potential that the virus could still mutate into a new form where we will have more problems, immunologically taking care of it, or where it could mutate to a new form where it could become more severe. So that's the reason why we shouldn't let our guard down, and getting vaccinated and boosted becomes the most important thing that we can do to not only run to the fire, but really turn this pandemic now more into, as Dr. Amjad said, epidemic and endemic.
All right, Paul, thank you. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, we'll announce this later on today, but we may have to do our briefings next week on Tuesday and Thursday. I'd ask for your prayers. My mom's brother, who was a champion beyond belief, his name's Pose Perry, first name really Lewis, but he died a couple days ago. Pose in his 90s. This was a champion of a man. I mean, that's just all there is to it. He was you talk about someone that absolutely, without any question in my mind, is in beautiful heaven with God above right at this moment. It has to be this man. I mean, this was such a good man. He helped so many people. I can remember him just like it was yesterday, we talked all the time, we were together and all that, and he's survived by his wonderful wife, Sid, and a great family. But I'm going to probably end up having to do the eulogy on, or part of the funeral on Wednesday. I think the funeral is at 1 o'clock. And so it may very well be that we have to do the briefing on Tuesday and Thursday next week. But nevertheless, I'd really love for you to say the prayers for a wonderful man that gave so much. worked really hard in his whole life as a coal miner, and then after his life, you know, as a coal miner, he worked at our food bank and did so much work, just phenomenal work. He was an incredible gardener and just I mean a great, great, great man. That's just all there is to it. You know, if by chance I'm not here with you on Valentine's Day, on Monday, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. If we do our briefings on Tuesday and Thursday, I want to say one thing back to Kenny Bass. Kenny, and I mean this very sincerely, you always do an incredible job, you know, really uncovering, you know, deficiencies and things that maybe we can do better at. You know, from the standpoint of, you know, the number of renters, the standpoint of the number of landlords we have in this state, and from the standpoint of, you know, maybe something falling through the cracks. You know, I've been on over and over for months and months and pleading with people to go and call into here and everything, and in thinking that was sufficing and we were getting it done. I will promise you that without any question that Erica Bogus is a good lady doing a good job and everything, but at the same time, maybe what we need to do is throw some additional resources, throw some additional oomph in the entire deal, and triple the triple. So from the standpoint of getting the word out better, we're going to get the word out better. And you should feel that you deserve a lot of credit for that. As far as staffing it better to where people are not frustrated, we're going to staff it better too. Because like I've told you, this is dollars that can flow into the state of West Virginia. The multiplier effect on those dollars is enormous, and it truly, we have people that are falling through the cracks that are hurting. And so I'll promise you that we're going to amp that up in every way. And I'll end by just saying just this. I don't care who you are. You've got to know that 53 more people died. I don't care who you are. If you're not vaccinated, there's got to be a part of you somewhere within your body that is saying to you, you know, that you're a little worried about the possibility, just possibility, that you could get this thing and it may turn really ugly and it may turn really bad. You know, there's got to be part of you that's telling you that. And the other part of you is if you are vaccinated and you have failed to get your booster shot, there's a part within your body screaming at you, get the booster shot. I want you to, without question, have no second thoughts, no anxiety, and just enjoy your life. I don't want you putting up with these crazy masks. I absolutely don't want you to have the tragedies over and over and over of people hospitalized and, God forbid, dying and everything. I want you to enjoy your life. I want you to consider if there's something deep inside of you that says, just maybe, I don't care if it's a chance, is 1 in a million, just maybe, just maybe, I could end up one of these because I'm not vaccinated. Then you need to go get vaccinated and enjoy your life. And whatever you do, if you absolutely haven't had that booster shot, you need to run to the fire and get that booster shot right now. So nevertheless, I always mean it when I tell you that I love you, and I'm proud of you, West Virginia. You've helped me pull the rope in every way, and you've given me my energy. So thank you so much, and God bless each and every one of you.